Hello, dreamers. Fairy Dreamland here, your guide to a wonderful and peaceful world. I know you are ready to let go and drift off into a peaceful, relaxing sleep with the help of this video. But before you do, don't forget to like and subscribe for more captivating stories that will take you to new realms. Oh, and I'd love to know, what time are you listening to this, and where are you from? Which story or character would you like me to tell next? Leave a comment and share your peaceful space with me. Story: Cleopatra, Queen of Egypt. In the heart of the ancient world, amidst the towering pillars of Alexandria, a city built by the dreams of Alexander the Great, a young woman was destined to change the course of history. Her name was Cleopatra, and from the moment she was born in 69 BC, the world around her began to shift. Alexandria was a thriving hub, a crossroads of cultures, where Greek philosophy intertwined with Egyptian mysticism. And it was here that Cleopatra's story began, not just as a royal heir, but as a queen whose name would echo through the corridors of time. Cleopatra was no ordinary ruler. She was a woman of incomparable intelligence, beauty, and strength. Raised in the royal palace, she was well educated, speaking 7 or 8 languages fluently, an exceptional feat even for someone of royal lineage. While her family, the Ptolemies, had ruled Egypt for centuries, their reign had been marked by internal strife and power struggles. Murder and betrayal were not uncommon within the Ptolemaic dynasty, and Cleopatra's early years were no exception. Her father, Ptolemy the 13th, ruled Egypt during a time of unrest, and upon his death, Cleopatra found herself thrust into the tumultuous political landscape of the kingdom. At just 17 years old, she ascended the throne of Egypt, with her younger brother Ptolemy the 12th, also a ruler in name. Yet, it was clear from the start that Cleopatra's ambition surpassed that of her brother, whose youth and inexperience made him an easy target for manipulation. As Cleopatra struggled to assert her authority, her brother's advisors, Potino, Aquilus, and Theodotus, began to plot against her. They believed that Ptolemy XXX could rule without Cleopatra's influence and sought to force her out. Despite their efforts, Cleopatra was a woman of determination. She realized that her only hope to reclaim her throne and preserve Egypt's sovereignty lay in forging alliances with the most powerful forces of the ancient world: Rome. Rome was expanding its empire, and its leaders, such as Pompey the Great, were crucial figures in the political landscape. Cleopatra, known for her beauty and intelligence, used her charm to approach Pompey and gain his favor. However, the political tides were ever changing, and Pompey's defeat in Greece soon led him to seek refuge in Egypt. Pompey, once a mighty general of Rome, now found himself fleeing from his own enemies. The Ptolemaic court, with its divided loyalties, saw Pompey's arrival as a potential threat. To avoid aligning with him, the advisors of Ptolemy III decided to betray Pompey, and as soon as he stepped onto Egyptian soil, he was assassinated. Cleopatra, however, saw an opportunity in the chaos that followed. She had always been a keen strategist, and now she turned her attention to a more significant figure in Rome: Julius Caesar. Caesar was a renowned general, statesman, and now the most powerful man in Rome. He had recently defeated Pompey in a civil war and sought to secure his power further. But Cleopatra knew that Caesar would never accept the current state of affairs in Egypt. She had heard of his ambitions to expand Rome's influence across the Mediterranean, and Egypt, with its wealth and strategic location, was crucial to his goals. Yet, she needed something more than just the appearance of a ruler. She needed to capture Caesar's attention, not just as a ruler, but as an ally. In a moment of both daring and brilliance, Cleopatra devised a plan that would change the course of history. With the help of her trusted ally, Apollodorus, Cleopatra smuggled herself into Caesar's presence. In a remarkable twist of fate, she arrived in a sack hidden in the folds of the fabric and presented herself to Julius Caesar. This audacious move was the beginning of a legendary partnership. The moment Caesar laid eyes on Cleopatra, he was captivated. She was not just a beautiful woman. She was a force of nature, capable of matching wits with him and challenging his ambition. The two engaged in a passionate and politically charged relationship. Cleopatra's charm and strategic mind drew Caesar closer, and in return, Caesar's military power and support ensured Cleopatra's position on the throne. Together, they defeated Cleopatra's brother, Ptolemy XIII, in the Battle of the Nile. The young king was defeated and drowned, and Cleopatra's reign was solidified. She bore Caesar's child, a son named Ptolemy Caesar, but history would come to know him as Caesarion. Cleopatra's victory, however, was not without its challenges. In Rome, her relationship with Caesar had sparked a firestorm. Many of Rome's elite viewed Caesar's affair with Cleopatra as scandalous, and her growing influence in the Roman world was seen as a threat. Despite this, Cleopatra's political acumen and power were undeniable. She brought prosperity to Egypt, rejuvenating Alexandria as a cultural and intellectual center. Her influence reached far beyond the borders of Egypt. But the tides of fortune were about to change once again. After the assassination of Julius Caesar in 44 BC, Cleopatra's life took another turn. Caesar's death sent shockwaves through Rome, and his appointed successor, his grandnephew Octavian, later Augustus, was determined to cement his power. However, Cleopatra had another powerful ally in mind, Mark Antony. Cleopatra's relationship with Mark Antony began in 41 BC when he visited Alexandria. Antony, like Caesar before him, was captivated by Cleopatra's beauty, intellect, and charm. Their bond soon turned into a romantic and political alliance, and together they set out to strengthen their hold over the eastern Mediterranean. Despite their triumphs, the relationship between Cleopatra and Antony faced challenges. Political tension between the two Roman leaders, Octavian and Antony, soon erupted into a war. The fateful Battle of Actium in 31 BC marked the beginning of the end for Cleopatra and Antony. The naval battle, fought off the coast of Greece, was a decisive moment in Roman history. Antony and Cleopatra's forces were defeated by Octavian's superior fleet. After their loss, Antony and Cleopatra retreated to Egypt. Their defeat sealed their fate, as Octavian marched towards Alexandria with the full force of Rome behind him. In the aftermath of the battle, Antony, overwhelmed by the loss, fell on his own sword. However, he did not die immediately. Cleopatra, in her desperation to save her kingdom and her life, sent word to Antony that she was dead, hoping to drive him to take his own life. When he discovered her message was false, he took his own life in her arms. Cleopatra, heartbroken by the loss of her lover and seeing no way out, took her own life shortly afterward. According to legend, she allowed herself to be bitten by an asp, but some historians suggest that she may have ingested poison. Her death marked the end of the Ptolemaic dynasty and Egypt's independence. Egypt was annexed as a province of Rome, and the once mighty queen became a part of Roman history. Cleopatra's death marked a dramatic turning point not only for Egypt, but for the entire Mediterranean world. With the end of her reign, Egypt's sovereignty crumbled under the weight of Roman imperialism, and it was officially absorbed into the Roman Empire. However, Cleopatra's legacy would live on through the tales of her beauty, intellect, and political maneuvering, becoming an enduring symbol of female power in a male-dominated world. As the dust settled on her reign, Octavian, who would later be known as Emperor Augustus, consolidated his rule over Rome. The death of both Cleopatra and Antony removed the final major opposition to his claim as the unchallenged ruler of the Roman world. With no more powerful allies in the East, Octavian was free to turn his attention towards solidifying Rome's dominance and its transformation from a republic into an empire. Yet, the public and political reverberations of Cleopatra's life continued to echo across the Roman world. Many in Rome saw her as a threat, a foreign queen who had manipulated the great generals of Rome, Julius Caesar and Mark Antony, to suit her own ambitions. This view was largely shaped by the powerful propaganda machine of Octavian, who sought to demonize Cleopatra as a seductress and foreign interloper, painting her as the very embodiment of Rome's enemies. But in the hearts of the people of Egypt, Cleopatra remained a hero. She had been a fiercely independent ruler who fought for her nation's survival against the overwhelming power of Rome. Her intelligence, charm, and strategic thinking were unmatched, and her reign was one of prosperity for Egypt. Under her rule, Alexandria flourished as the cultural heart of the Mediterranean, where scholars, philosophers, and poets gathered. The famous Library of Alexandria, the largest in the ancient world, became a beacon of knowledge and learning, and Cleopatra's influence in these circles cannot be overstated. Cleopatra's death did not mark the end of her story. In the centuries that followed, her life and reign became subjects of fascination for historians, artists, and storytellers alike. Her image evolved from that of a powerful queen to that of a tragic heroine, a woman who, despite her immense power and intellect, was undone by love, betrayal, and the political machinations of her time. Her relationship with Julius Caesar and Mark Antony, as well as her role in the downfall of the Ptolemaic dynasty, would become central themes in the works of ancient writers like Plutarch, and later in Shakespeare's iconic play Antony and Cleopatra. Her story would also inspire numerous works of art, poetry, and film, with each generation interpreting her life through their own lens. The image of Cleopatra as the archetype of beauty, power, and seduction persists in popular culture today, though it often distorts the complexities of her true character. While it is undeniable that Cleopatra was a woman of extraordinary physical allure, it was her sharp political mind, her mastery of diplomacy, and her ability to navigate the treacherous waters of Roman politics that truly set her apart from the many rulers of her time. Through her relationships with Julius Caesar and Mark Antony, Cleopatra was able to temporarily shift the balance of power between Egypt and Rome, ensuring her dynasty's survival for a time. She was not merely a passive figure in these relationships, but an active player who understood the power of alliances and how to use them to her advantage. Her ability to speak several languages, including Egyptian, Greek, and Latin, her education in philosophy and rhetoric, and her remarkable charisma made her one of the most formidable rulers in history. Cleopatra's political acumen was evident in her ability to maintain Egypt's independence for as long as she did. Her decision to ally herself with Caesar, then later with Antony, was a calculated risk, one that ultimately led to both her personal downfall and the end of the Ptolemaic dynasty. But it was also a testament to her understanding of power, the necessity of alliances, and the fragility of sovereignty. Her legacy is one of contradictions. She was a queen who ruled over one of the most powerful civilizations in the ancient world. Yet she was also a woman whose fate was intertwined with the most powerful men of her time. While her beauty and charm are often emphasized in popular portrayals, it is her intellect, her political skill, and her fierce determination to preserve Egypt's greatness that truly define her place in history. Even centuries after her death, Cleopatra's influence continues to shape the modern world. The modern fascination with her character has led to countless studies and reinterpretations of her life. Scholars have examined her life through the lens of gender, power, and politics, exploring how she navigated the complexities of being a woman in a male-dominated world. Her story is a reminder that power and influence are not just defined by military might or wealth, but by the ability to wield one's intellect and charm to achieve one's goals. Cleopatra used every tool at her disposal: her political savvy, her diplomatic skills, her ability to speak to the hearts and minds of those around her, and yes, her beauty to secure her place in history. And it is through these multifaceted qualities that she became more than just a queen. She became a symbol of a woman who defied the odds and refused to be defined by the circumstances of her birth. Cleopatra's legacy endures in more ways than one. Her image, both as a powerful monarch and as a tragic figure, continues to captivate the imagination of people around the world. Whether through the grand plays of Shakespeare, the cinematic portrayals of Elizabeth Taylor, and others, or the scholarly examinations of her political strategies, Cleopatra's story lives on as a testament to the power of a woman who, against all odds, changed the world. Her life and death, marked by triumph and tragedy, show us that even in the face of overwhelming adversity, it is possible to carve out a legacy that will endure for millennia. Cleopatra, Queen of Egypt, remains a figure whose allure and influence will continue to inspire generations to come, long after the dust of history has settled. Cleopatra's early years were anything but ordinary for a royal heir. Born in 69 BCE, she was the daughter of Ptolemy III Auletes, the last ruler of the Ptolemaic dynasty. The Ptolemies were Greek rulers who had come to Egypt after Alexander the Great's conquest. But their rule over Egypt was always contentious, and their dynasty faced internal turmoil. Cleopatra's education began early, and it was clear from the start that she was different from the rest of her royal family. While many members of the Ptolemaic dynasty were known for their indulgence in luxury and extravagance, Cleopatra was known for her keen intellect and thirst for knowledge. She was well versed in Greek philosophy, rhetoric, and the arts, and her ability to speak multiple languages Egyptian, Greek, and several other languages set her apart from her predecessors. This was not just a trivial accomplishment, it demonstrated her capacity to lead a diverse empire and communicate effectively with her people. From a young age, Cleopatra was thrust into a world of political intrigue. At the age of 17, she co-ruled Egypt with her younger brother Ptolemy the III, under the guidance of their father, Ptolemy the Veruintes. However, it didn't take long for Cleopatra to realize that her brother and his advisors were plotting to take full control of Egypt for themselves. Cleopatra, always the astute strategist, quickly became a key figure in the royal court's power struggles. She began to assert her authority, both in the palace and in the political arena, making it clear that she would not be merely a puppet ruler. In 49 BCE, Cleopatra's brother, who was only 10 years old at the time, turned against her. Supported by his advisors, he seized control of Alexandria, and Cleopatra was forced to flee. The throne of Egypt seemed to slip through her fingers, but Cleopatra, ever the resourceful queen, was determined not to give up without a fight. Cleopatra's exile, however, was not long-lasting. She had powerful allies, most notably Julius Caesar, who had already made his mark as one of Rome's most famous generals. Cleopatra knew that if she could win Caesar's support, she could return to Egypt and reclaim her throne. She enlisted the help of her trusted advisor, Apollodorus, and came up with a bold plan. She would meet Caesar in person, but in a way that would ensure her entrance into Rome's political elite. In 48 BCE, Cleopatra, exiled and desperate to regain her throne, found her way to Caesar's camp in Rome. Using a brilliant move, she was smuggled into his presence, wrapped inside a large sack. When Caesar opened the sack, he was taken aback by the sight of the beautiful Egyptian queen. It was clear that Cleopatra knew how to make an entrance. The queen was not only beautiful, but also charismatic, and her intellect captivated Caesar immediately. Their meeting marked the beginning of a deep and mutually beneficial relationship, both politically and romantically. Cleopatra quickly made it clear that she was not simply seeking refuge, but rather a partnership that would allow her to reclaim her throne and restore Egypt's power in the Mediterranean world. Julius Caesar, who was embroiled in his own political struggles in Rome, saw Cleopatra as an ally who could be instrumental in his quest to secure greater control over the eastern Mediterranean. The two formed a political alliance, and soon after their meeting, Caesar returned to Alexandria with Cleopatra. Together, they confronted her brother, Ptolemy the XIII, and his advisors in a dramatic showdown. Despite being outnumbered, Caesar's forces defeated Ptolemy III's army, and the young pharaoh was killed in the ensuing chaos. Cleopatra was restored to the throne, and Egypt once again became a powerful force in the Mediterranean. Caesar's support had been crucial, and in return, Cleopatra bore him a son, Ptolemy Caesar, known as Caesarion, who would be seen as the rightful heir to both the Roman and Egyptian thrones. With Caesar's backing, Cleopatra ruled Egypt with an iron fist. She worked tirelessly to rebuild Egypt's economy and strengthen its position as a major power in the Mediterranean world. Cleopatra focused on fostering trade relationships, improving agriculture, and ensuring that Egypt would remain self-sufficient. Her reign was marked by an ambitious building program in Alexandria, the jewel of Egypt. Cleopatra was keen on making Alexandria not only the cultural hub of the ancient world, but also a center of learning, science, and innovation. She continued to support the famous Library of Alexandria, ensuring that it remained a beacon of knowledge for generations to come. Cleopatra's vision extended far beyond her kingdom. She sought to establish Egypt as a dominant force in the eastern Mediterranean, and her efforts were supported by her close relationship with Caesar. Despite their political alliance, Cleopatra's relationship with Caesar was also deeply personal. The two shared a powerful bond, and their love affair was the subject of much gossip and speculation in Rome. Cleopatra, ever the political strategist, was careful to maintain her status as Egypt's queen, while also positioning herself as a partner to Caesar in his campaigns. Their relationship became the subject of much intrigue, both in Rome and in Egypt. Cleopatra's beauty and intellect captivated Caesar, and their union created a sense of unity between the two great powers. Their child, Caesarion, was seen as the legitimate heir to both the Roman and Egyptian thrones, a potential successor who could bring the two kingdoms together. However, the political landscape in Rome was shifting, and Caesar's growing power was not without its detractors. As he solidified his control over the Roman Republic, enemies within the Senate began to plot against him. Julius Caesar was assassinated in 44 BCE by a group of senators who feared that he was becoming too powerful. His death sent shockwaves through the Roman world, and Cleopatra's future, once so secure, now seemed uncertain. After Caesar's death, Cleopatra's political position became even more precarious. She returned to Egypt, but her alliances were now with Mark Antony, one of Caesar's closest allies and a member of the Second Triumvirate, which governed Rome after Caesar's assassination. Mark Antony, a powerful Roman general, was drawn to Cleopatra's intelligence, political acumen, and charm. The two formed an alliance, both personal and political. Cleopatra and Mark Antony's relationship was seen by many as a challenge to the authority of Rome's new leader, Octavian. The tension between Octavian and Antony escalated, and soon Cleopatra was once again caught in the crossfire of Roman politics. The relationship between Cleopatra and Mark Antony was not just a personal affair, but a strategic partnership that aimed to challenge Octavian's rising power. Together, they sought to establish a new political order that would rival the might of Rome itself. Cleopatra, ever the astute ruler, supported Antony's ambitions, and in return, he pledged his allegiance to her. However, their partnership soon became a source of scandal in Rome. Octavian, seeking to undermine Antony, used their relationship as propaganda, painting Cleopatra as a temptress who had seduced a Roman general and threatened the very fabric of Roman power. The rivalry between Octavian and Antony culminated in the Battle of Actium in 31 BCE, a decisive naval conflict that would determine the fate of Cleopatra and her kingdom. Mark Antony's forces were defeated, and both he and Cleopatra were forced to retreat to Egypt. In the aftermath of the battle, Octavian pursued them relentlessly, and their downfall seemed inevitable. Cleopatra and Mark Antony, now both defeated and on the run, chose to take their own lives rather than be captured by Octavian. The details of their deaths remain shrouded in mystery, But it is widely believed that Cleopatra, fearing the humiliation of being paraded through the streets of Rome as a captive, chose to end her life. Some accounts suggest that she took her own life by allowing herself to be bitten by an asp, a snake symbolic of the Egyptian royal family, while others suggest she ingested poison. Cleopatra's death marked the end of the Ptolemaic dynasty and the absorption of Egypt into the Roman Empire. It also signified the death of an era in which Egypt, once a mighty and independent kingdom, had been ruled by one of the most fascinating and powerful women in history. Her death did not erase her legacy. Cleopatra remained an enduring symbol of female power, intellect, and strategic thinking. She had faced insurmountable odds, navigated treacherous political waters, and still managed to carve out a space for herself as one of history's most iconic rulers. Even in death, Cleopatra continued to captivate the imaginations of people around the world. She remains a symbol of beauty, intellect, and political prowess, a woman who, in her own right, changed the course of history. The dawn of chaos, a tale of gods and creation. In the beginning, there was nothing but a vast, restless void, an endless ocean of chaos that churned and whispered in the darkness. No stars twinkled, no winds sang, and no land rose to greet the eye. This was the universe before time had a name, a swirling abyss where shadows danced without form. But from this wild, untamed sea of nothingness, something stirred. A ripple, faint at first, grew into a tremor, and then, with a shudder that echoed through the emptiness, a mound emerged. A great, mysterious hill known as Benben. It stood alone, a pyramid of stone rising from the watery depths, its surface glistening with the promise of something new. Atop this sacred hill, a single lotus flower bloomed, its petals trembling as if kissed by an unseen breath. The air grew still, the chaos paused, and then, with a burst of radiant light, the flower unfurled completely. From its heart stepped Ra, the sun god, a being of blinding brilliance whose very presence banished the shadows. His eyes burned like twin flames, and his voice carried the weight of creation itself. With his arrival, the universe took its first trembling breath, and light flooded the void. Ra stood atop Benben, gazing out at the endless waters that surrounded him. He was alone, a solitary spark in an ocean of darkness, but he was not content to remain so. With a deep, resonant hum, he called forth life from within himself. From his breath came Shu, the god of air, whose laughter filled the silence with a gentle breeze. From his tears came Tefnut, the goddess of rain, her presence a soft shimmer of mist that danced in the newborn light. Together, they were Ra's first children, the seeds of a world yet to be shaped. The waters still stretched endlessly around them, a vast and untamed expanse known as the primordial sea. Shu and Tefnut, curious and bold, plunged into its depths to explore its mysteries. They swam through currents of shadow, their laughter echoing off the unseen edges of the abyss. But as days turned to eternities, for time was still a fragile, unformed thing, Ra grew anxious. His children had vanished into the dark, and a pang of fear gripped his golden heart. What if they were lost forever? What if the chaos swallowed them whole? Desperate, Ra summoned his greatest messenger, a swift, radiant spirit born of his own light, and sent it into the waters to find his children. The messenger darted through the depths, a streak of fire against the gloom, until at last it found Shu and Tefnut, safe and whole, marveling at the wonders they had discovered. With a joyful cry, they returned to their father, rising from the waves to stand before him once more. Ra's relief was boundless. He embraced his children, and from his overflowing joy, tears fell, golden drops that shimmered as they hit the earth. Where each tear landed, life sprang forth. The first humans blinked into existence, their eyes wide with wonder, their voices rising in awe of the God who had wept them into being. Ra smiled upon them, his light warming their fragile forms, and in that moment, the world began to take shape. Shu and Tefnut, now reunited, turned their energies to creation. From their union came two new gods, Geb, the god of the earth, whose body stretched into rolling hills and fertile plains, and Nut, the goddess of the sky, whose arched form became the vast, star-strewn canopy above. The universe was no longer a formless void. It had land to stand upon, air to breathe, and a sky to dream beneath. And at its heart stood Ra, the sun god, sovereign over all he had brought into being. Ra's reign was glorious. He took his place as the first pharaoh of the cosmos, his light a beacon of order in a world born from chaos. To the land of Egypt, he bestowed sacred gifts, the mighty ox to plow the fields, the fierce lion to guard the wilds, and, greatest of all, the Nile River, a shimmering ribbon of life that wound through the desert like a vein of silver. Around its banks, humanity flourished, building homes and singing praises to the gods who had given them this paradise. But even in this golden age, shadows lingered. Ra, with his all-seeing eyes, glimpsed a troubling future. He saw that Geb and Nut, his grandchildren, would one day give birth to a new generation of gods, beings of immense power who might challenge his throne. Fear gnawed at him, and in his wisdom, he issued a decree. The earth and sky must never bear children. Geb and Nut, bound by their grandfather's command, lay apart, separated by Shu's winds. Their love a silent ache across the divide. Yet love, even among gods, is not easily tamed. Defiant and bold, Nut and Geb found a way to defy Ra's edict. In secret, beneath the cloak of night, they came together, and from their union sprang four mighty deities, Osiris, Isis, Seth, and Nephthys. These new gods were radiant and fierce, their power a spark that threatened to outshine even Ra himself. When Ra learned of their birth, his anger flared like a solar storm. But it was too late. The seeds of his downfall had been sown. The new gods wasted no time. Led by Osiris, they rose against Ra, their voices a chorus of rebellion that shook the heavens. Ra, once invincible, faltered before their strength. His light dimmed, his authority waned, and at last he stepped aside, retreating to the skies to watch over the world he had created. Osiris, tall and regal, ascended the throne, his wife Isis at his side, a goddess of magic and wisdom whose beauty rivaled the stars. Under Osiris's rule, Egypt entered an era of unparalleled prosperity. The people, once scattered and primitive, gathered around the Nile's fertile shores, their lives transformed by the gifts Osiris bestowed. He taught them to sow seeds into the rich black earth, to weave cloth from the flax that grew wild, and to knead dough into bread that filled their homes with warmth. Laws flowed from his lips, bringing order to a land that had known only chaos. Temples rose in his honor, their stones carved with tales of his benevolence, and the people sang his name with reverence. But not all rejoiced in Osiris's reign. In the arid deserts beyond the Nile's reach stood Seth, his brother, a god of storms and sand, whose heart burned with envy. While Osiris ruled a land of green fields and flowing waters, Seth's domain was a wasteland of dust and despair. His jealousy festered, a dark seed taking root, and it grew darker still when Osiris, in a moment of weakness, lay with Seth's wife, Nephthys. From that union came Anubis, a child of shadow with the head of a jackal, destined to guard the gates of death. Seth's rage knew no bounds. He brooded in his barren realm, his hands clenched into fists of stone, until at last he devised a plan. With a smile that hid his malice, he invited Osiris to a grand feast, a celebration in his brother's honor. The halls echoed with music, the air thick with the scent of roasted meats and wine. Seth, ever the gracious host, unveiled a magnificent gift, a beautifully crafted chest, its wood inlaid with gold and jewels. A prize, he declared, for the one who fits perfectly within it. The guests laughed and took turns, each marveling at the chest's beauty, but finding it too large or too small. Then Osiris stepped forward, his curiosity piqued. He lay within the chest, his form fitting, as if it had been carved for him, alone. Before he could rise, Seth slammed the lid shut, sealing it with molten lead. The guests gasped, but none dared challenge the god of chaos. With a cruel laugh, Seth hurled the chest into the Nile, watching as the waters carried his brother away. Isis felt the loss like a blade through her heart. Her cries echoed across the land, her tears swelling the Nile until it burst its banks, flooding the fields in mourning. With Nephthys at her side, she searched tirelessly, following the river's currents, until at last she found the chest, lodged among the reeds. But Seth's treachery was not done. When he learned of her discovery, he stormed forth, tearing Osiris's body from her grasp. With a blade of obsidian, he hacked the corpse into 42 pieces, scattering them across Egypt like seeds of sorrow. Undeterred, Isis gathered the fragments, her magic weaving through the air like threads of starlight. Anubis, her solemn stepson, aided her, his hands steady as they bound the pieces with linen. With a whispered spell, Isis breathed life back into Osiris. But the world of the living could no longer hold him. He rose as the lord of the underworld, his eyes glowing with the quiet strength of death. Before he departed, he left Isis with one final gift, a son, Horus, born to avenge his father and reclaim his birthright. The birth of Horus was a quiet miracle, a spark of hope cradled in the arms of a grieving mother. Isis hid him in the marshes of the delta, where the Nile's waters whispered through the reeds like a lullaby. She knew Seth's eyes were everywhere. His spies scoured the land, his storms raked the skies, and she would not let her son fall to the same fate as his father. Horus grew in secret, his eyes sharp as a falcon's, his spirit tempered by the weight of prophecy. From the moment he could walk, he knew his destiny, to reclaim the throne of Egypt from the usurper who had stolen it with blood and deceit. Seth, meanwhile, reveled in his stolen power. He sat upon a throne of black stone, his laughter a rumble of thunder that shook the earth. The fertile lands of Osiris withered under his gaze, the once abundant fields turning to dust as his storms drove the rains away. The people whispered in fear, their prayers no longer rising to the heavens, but sinking into the sand. Seth cared little for their suffering. He was a god of chaos, after all, and chaos was his crown. Yet even in his triumph, a shadow gnawed at him. He knew of the child born to Isis, the falcon-eyed son of Osiris, and he knew that one day that child would come for him. Years passed, and Horus grew strong. His mother trained him in the arts of war and magic, her voice a steady guide through the trials of youth. She taught him to wield a spear with the precision of a hunter, to call the winds with a whisper, and to see through the lies of gods and men. You are the light that will pierce the darkness, she told him, her hands cupping his face. But you must be patient, my son. Seth is cunning, and his strength is vast. Your time will come. That time arrived on a day when the sky burned red, the sun hanging low like a wound in the heavens. Horus, now a young god in his prime, stepped out of the marshes and into the open, his wings unfurling with a sound like a storm breaking. He carried a spear forged by the hands of Thoth, the god of wisdom, its tip gleaming with divine fire. The people saw him and gasped. Here was the son of Osiris, radiant and fierce, a promise of salvation in a world gone dark. Word of his coming spread like wildfire, reaching even the ears of Seth in his desert palace. Seth's response was swift and brutal. He summoned his warriors, twisted creatures of sand and shadow, their eyes glowing with malevolence, and sent them to crush the upstart before he could gather strength. But Horus was ready. He met them on the plains of Egypt, his spear flashing like lightning as he cut through their ranks. The ground trembled with each strike, the air thick with the cries of the fallen. When the last of Seth's minions lay broken at his feet, Horus raised his weapon to the sky and roared, a challenge that echoed across the land, a call to the gods themselves. The heavens answered. The great council of gods convened, their forms shimmering atop the sacred cliffs of Heliopolis. Ra, now an elder figure cloaked in twilight, presided over them, his once blinding light softened by age. Shu and Tefnut sat at his side, their faces etched with concern. Geb and Nut watched from below and above, their love a silent thread binding the assembly. Even Osiris, lord of the underworld, sent his presence, a cool breeze that carried the scent of myrrh. They had gathered to judge the fate of Egypt, to decide who would sit upon its throne, Seth, the usurper, or Horus, the rightful heir. Seth strode into the council with the arrogance of a conqueror, his armor clanking like the chains of a storm. I am the strongest, he bellowed, his voice a growl that rattled the stones. I took the throne by my own hand, and I will keep it. This boy is nothing, a whelp clinging to his mother's skirts. He sneered at Horus, his eyes glinting with malice. Horus stood tall, unflinching. You stole what was never yours, he said, his voice clear and steady. You murdered my father, scattered his body, and plunged this land into shadow. I am the son of Osiris, born to bring justice. The throne is mine by right, and I will take it, not with treachery, but with honor, the gods murmured among themselves, their voices a chorus of wind and whispers. Ra raised a hand, silencing them. Strength alone does not make a king, he said, his gaze shifting between the two. Nor does birthright guarantee worthiness. Let this be settled, not by words, but by deeds. Prove yourselves, and we shall see who is fit to rule. What followed was a series of trials, unlike any the world had seen. Seth proposed the first challenge, a race across the skies, their forms blazing like comets. Horus, with his falcon wings, soared with grace, while Seth transformed into a tempest, his winds tearing at the earth below. They clashed midair, a storm of feathers and fury, until Horus darted ahead, landing atop a pyramid. As Seth crashed into the sands, his pride bruised, but his resolve unbroken. Next came a test of cunning. Seth crafted a riddle, his words sharp as knives. What walks on 4 legs at dawn, 2 at noon, and 3 at dusk? Horus, guided by the wisdom of Isis, answered swiftly, Man, who crawls as a child, walks as an adult, and leans on a staff in old age. Seth snarled, his trap undone, but the gods nodded in approval. The final trial was the most perilous. Let us dive into the depths of the Nile, Seth declared, transformed into hippos, and remain beneath the waters for 3 months. He who endures shall prove his strength. Horus agreed, and the two plunged into the river, their massive forms sending waves crashing against the banks. Isis watched from the shore, her heart torn. She knew Seth's treachery ran deep, and she feared for her son. Beneath the waves, Seth struck. He lunged at Horus, his jaw snapping. But Horus twisted away, his agility outmatching Seth's brute force. Isis, unable to bear the thought of losing her son, cast a spell to bind Seth in chains of light. Yet as she wove her magic, a flicker of pity stayed her hand. Seth was her brother, after all, flawed, but kin. She released the spell, and Seth broke free, laughing as he surfaced. Horus emerged moments later, his eyes blazing with fury. You betrayed me, he cried, turning on Isis. In a flash of rage, he struck, his spear slicing through the air. The blow severed her head, and the gods gasped as it fell to the earth. But Thoth, ever wise, stepped forward. With a wave of his hand, he restored Isis, placing the head of a cow upon her shoulders, a symbol of her enduring grace. She wept, not for her pain, but for the rift between her and her son. The trials stretched on, each more grueling than the last. Seth tore at Horus's eyes, blinding him with a blast of sand. But Hathor, the goddess of love, healed him with her gentle touch, her milk washing away the darkness. Horus countered with guile, slipping his divine essence into a meal of lettuce, a plant Seth loved, and offering it to his uncle. When Seth ate, the essence glowed within him, a golden disk rising to his forehead. Horus seized it, claiming it as a crown, and Seth howled in humiliation. For 80 years, the battle raged, across deserts, rivers, and skies, until at last the gods could bear no more. Ra called them to order, his voice weary but firm. Enough, he said. Horus has proven his courage, his wisdom, and his heart. Seth, your strength is great, but your soul is stained with envy and betrayal. The throne belongs to the falcon, the son of Osiris. Seth roared in defiance, but the council's will was iron. Horus ascended the throne, his wings spread wide, his crown gleaming with the light of justice. The people cheered, their voices rising like a tide, and Egypt bloomed once more. Fields green, rivers full, and skies clear. Isis stood beside her son, pride shining in her eyes, while Osiris watched from the underworld, a faint smile on his lips. Horus's victory was a dawn that broke over Egypt, a golden promise of renewal after years of shadow. The land sighed in relief, its rivers swelling with life, its people lifting their faces to the sun once more. But the story of the gods was far from over. Above them all, in the boundless expanse of the sky, Ra, the ancient sun god, watched the world he had created with eyes grown dim with time. His reign as pharaoh of the cosmos had ended. His throne yielded to Osiris and then Horus. But his duty remained eternal. Each day, he rose to guide the sun across the heavens, and each night he descended into the darkness to face trials no mortal could fathom. Ra's vessel was the solar bark, a magnificent ship forged of light and stardust, its prow curved like a falcon's beak, its sails shimmering with the hues of dawn. By day, he sailed it across the sky, his radiance warming the earth below, his presence a shield against the chaos that lingered at the edges of creation. The people of Egypt looked up and saw him, a man with the head of a hawk, a solar disk blazing atop his crown, and they sang hymns to his name, calling him the father of all things. But when dusk fell, painting the horizon in shades of blood and amber, Ra's journey took a darker turn. The sun dipped below the western cliffs, and the solar bark plunged into the waters of the underworld, a realm of shadows and echoes where the dead whispered and the living dared not tread. This was the Duat, a labyrinth of 12 gates, each guarded by spirits and sealed with trials. Ra navigated these waters with a crew of divine companions. Horus, now a guardian of the skies, stood at his side, his spear ready. Thoth, the ibis-headed god of wisdom, charted the course with his scrolls. And Bastet, the cat goddess, prowled the deck, her eyes glowing like lanterns in the gloom. Together, they faced the night, a voyage that lasted 12 hours, one for each gate, until the sun could rise again. But the Duat was not empty. From its depths slithered Apophis, the serpent of chaos, a monstrous creature born from the primordial waters that Ra had tamed. Its scales were black as the void, its eyes twin pits of malice, and its coils stretched endlessly, threatening to crush the world itself. Apophis hated Ra, for the sun god's light was the enemy of its darkness, the order that defied its anarchy. Each night, it rose to challenge the solar bark, its jaws gaping wide to swallow the sun and plunge creation into eternal night. The first gate loomed ahead, a towering arch of obsidian flanked by jackal-headed sentinels. Ra steered the bark through, his voice steady as he chanted spells of protection. The crew braced themselves, their hands tight on their weapons, as the waters churned. Apophis struck without warning, its head bursting from the depths, its fangs gleaming with venom. Horus leaped forward, his spear piercing the serpent's side, but Apophis roared and lashed out, its tail slamming against the ship. The bark rocked, its golden hull shuddering, but Ra held firm, his light flaring to drive the beast back. Gate after gate, the battle raged. At the fourth gate, Apophis coiled around the bark, its grip tightening until the wood groaned. Bastet pounced, her claws raking across its scales, while Thoth wove a net of words that burned like fire, forcing the serpent to retreat. At the seventh gate, they found Osiris, lord of the Duat, seated on a throne of bones. He raised a hand in blessing, his voice a low rumble that steadied their resolve. "You carry the light, my father," he said to Ra. "Do not falter." With his words, the crew pressed on, their spirits lifted by the presence of the underworld's king. But the 11th gate brought the greatest peril. Apophis, enraged by its failures, summoned all its strength. It reared up, its body a wall of darkness that blotted out the stars, and with a deafening hiss, it swallowed the bark whole. The world above trembled, daylight vanished, and the people cried out as an eclipse gripped the sky. Inside the serpent's belly, Ra's light dimmed, his crew trapped in a prison of slime and shadow. Horus struck at the walls, his spear useless against the endless flesh, while Bastet hissed and clawed in vain. It was Thoth who saved them. With a voice that cut through the chaos, he chanted an ancient incantation, a spell so powerful it drew on the very essence of creation. The serpent writhed, its stomach heaving, and with a retching bellow, it spat the bark free. Ra's light flared anew, brighter than ever, and Apophis sank back into the depths, defeated, but not destroyed. The 12th gate opened, and the solar bark emerged into the eastern sky, the sun rising triumphant once more. This was Ra's eternal struggle, a war fought every night, a victory won every dawn. The people of Egypt marked the eclipses as moments of terror, but they trusted that their sun god would prevail, and he did, with the aid of his crew. Horus, fierce and unyielding. Thoth, wise and steadfast. Bastet, swift and vigilant. Yet even in victory, Ra grew weary. His body, once a blaze of youth, now bore the weight of ages, and he knew his time as a supreme god had passed. He turned to Horus, his great-grandson, and saw the future, a king who would carry his light forward. While Ra battled in the skies and Horus ruled the living, another god moved through the shadows, his steps as quiet as the grave. Anubis, the jackal-headed son of Osiris and Nephthys, was a figure of mystery, his black fur blending with the darkness of the Duat. Born of a union shrouded in secrecy, Nephthys had disguised herself as Isis to lie with Osiris. He was a child of both love and betrayal, a bridge between the worlds of life and death. Anubis's domain was the realm of the departed. He was the first to greet the souls that crossed into the Duat, his golden eyes piercing through their fears. The people of Egypt revered him, for he was the guardian of their eternal rest, the one who ensured their bodies endured the ravages of time. In the flickering light of torches, priests donned jackal masks to honor him, their hands moving with reverence as they wrapped the dead in linen, preserving them for the journey ahead. His greatest act had been the resurrection of Osiris. When Isis gathered her husband's scattered pieces, it was Anubis who knelt beside her, his fingers deft as he bound the flesh with sacred bandages. He whispered chants over the body, his voice a low growl that resonated with the power of the underworld. When Osiris rose as the first mummy, Anubis stepped back, his work complete, his loyalty unquestioned. From that day, he became the master of embalmment, the god who turned death into a doorway rather than an end. But Anubis's role went beyond the physical. He stood at the heart of the Hall of Judgment, a cavern deep within the Duat, where souls faced their reckoning. Before him lay the scales of justice, one side holding a feather, the symbol of Ma'at, the goddess of truth and order. The other side awaited the heart of the deceased, plucked from their chest by Anubis's steady hand. The air grew heavy as he placed the heart upon the scale, the balance teetering as the gods watched in silence. If the heart was light, unburdened by sin, it matched the feather's weight, and Anubis led the soul to Osiris, who granted them eternal peace in the fields of Aru, a paradise of endless green. But if the heart sank, weighed down by guilt and malice, a growl rumbled from the shadows. Amit, the devourer, emerged, a beast with the head of a crocodile, the body of a lion, and the hindquarters of a hippo. She lunged, her jaws snapping shut around the heart, and the soul was lost forever, erased from existence. Anubis performed this task without judgment, his face an unreadable mask. He was not cruel, nor was he kind. He was the embodiment of inevitability, a god who saw death not as punishment, but as balance. The people of Egypt left offerings at his shrines, jars of oil, scraps of linen, bones of the sacred jackal, praying that he would guide their loved ones with care. And he did, night after night, a silent sentinel in a world of noise and light, while Anubis walked the shadowed paths of the dead and Horus reigned over the living. Another deity prowled the sunlit edges of Egypt's world, a goddess whose purr could soothe a storm and whose claws could rend the darkness. Bastet, the cat-headed goddess, was a figure of grace and ferocity, her golden eyes gleaming with a quiet strength that belied her gentle demeanor. To the people of Egypt, she was a protector, a bringer of joy, and a fierce ally in the eternal war against chaos. Bastet's origins were ancient, tied to the wild cats that roamed the Nile's banks long before the first temples rose. These creatures were sacred to the Egyptians, their sleek forms darting through the fields to hunt rats and snakes that threatened the granaries and homes. A single cat could save a family from starvation, its silent paws a shield against ruin. In time, the people saw the divine in these animals, and Bastet emerged as their embodiment, a goddess with the body of a woman and the head of a feline, her presence a warm glow in the hearth of every household. By day, Bastet joined Ra on his solar bark, her lithe form perched at the prow as the ship sailed across the sky. Her eyes, sharp as the midday sun, scanned the horizon for threats, and her claws flexed in readiness. When Apophis rose from the Duat's depths, Bastet leapt into the fray, her movements a blur of elegance and power. She raked at the serpent's scales, her snarls mingling with Horus's war cries and Thoth's chants, a symphony of defiance that drove the beast back. The people below never saw her battles, but they felt her victories in the sun's unbroken light. At night, Bastet's role shifted. She descended to the earth, her form shimmering into that of a cat, a sleek, black creature with eyes like twin moons. She padded through villages and cities, her presence a quiet comfort to those who slept. Mothers whispered her name over their children's cribs, praying for her protection, while farmers left bowls of milk at their doorsteps, offerings to the goddess who guarded their harvests. To harm a cat was unthinkable, a sacrilege that could bring Bastet's wrath, swift and unrelenting, upon the offender. Tales spoke of men struck down by unseen claws, their bodies found at dawn with no mark but the terror in their eyes. Bastet's temples were places of celebration, their courtyards alive with music and dance. At Bubastis, her sacred city, festivals drew thousands, their voices rising in songs of praise. Cats roamed freely here, adorned with collars of gold, and fed the finest scraps, their purrs a chorus that pleased the goddess. When a cat died, it was mourned like a family member, its body carefully wrapped and buried in vast cemeteries along the Nile. The Egyptians believed these felines carried a spark of Bastet's spirit, a connection to the divine that lingered even in death. But Bastet was not always gentle. In older tales, she was linked to Sekhmet, the lion-headed goddess of war and destruction, a force of blood and fire who once nearly consumed the world. Some said Bastet was Sekhmet tamed, her ferocity softened by Ra's will into a protector rather than a destroyer. Others claimed they were sisters, daughters of Ra, their duality a reflection of the sun's dual nature, nurturing yet fierce. Whatever the truth, Bastet carried a hint of that wildness within her, a reminder that even the kindest gods could bare their teeth when provoked. One such moment came during a rare assault on Bubastis. A band of invaders, driven by greed, stormed the city, their swords slashing through the night. They laughed as they kicked aside the sacred cats, their boots trampling the offerings left for Bastet. The air grew still, the stars dimmed, and then she appeared, not as a gentle cat, but as a towering figure, her feline head snarling, her claws extended like daggers. With a roar that shook the earth, she descended upon the raiders, her strikes swift and merciless. By morning, the invaders were gone, their camp a ruin, and the cats of Bubastis sat grooming themselves atop the wreckage, their eyes glinting with satisfaction. Bastet's love for her people was matched only by her loyalty to Ra. When Apophis once came perilously close to shattering the solar bark, it was Bastet who leapt into the serpent's maw, her claws tearing at its throat until it released the ship. Ra, his light restored, blessed her with a crown of sunlight, a mark of her valor that shone in her eyes ever after. She was the guardian of the home and the heavens, a goddess whose purr was peace and whose roar was power. Far from the warmth of Bastet's embrace, Seth brooded in exile. His defeat at Horus's hands had stripped him of the throne, his pride shattered like glass beneath the falcon's talons. The gods had judged him unworthy, their voices a chorus of condemnation that echoed in his ears. Ra, in his mercy, spared Seth's life, but banished him to the fringes of creation, a sentence worse than death for a god who craved dominion. He was cast into the desert, his once mighty form reduced to a wanderer among the dunes, his storms no longer a weapon, but a lament. Seth's heart was a furnace of rage and regret. He had killed Osiris, yes, and he had fought Horus with every ounce of his strength, but he saw himself not as a villain, but as a god denied his due. The fertile lands had been given to his brother, the skies to his nephew. Where was his place in this world Ra had built? The sands stretched endlessly before him, a mirror to his isolation, and he roared into the wind, his voice swallowed by the vastness. But fate had not abandoned Seth entirely. One twilight, as Ra's solar bark prepared to enter the Duat, Apophis struck with unprecedented fury. The serpent's coils wrapped the ship, its venom seeping into the hull, and the crew faltered. Horus's spear glanced off its scales. Bastet's claws found no purchase, and Thoth's spells wavered. Ra's light flickered, the first time it had ever dimmed in the face of the enemy, and the gods felt a chill of dread. If Apophis won, the sun would never rise again. From the desert's edge, Seth watched. His exile had not dulled his senses, and he saw the bark's peril as clearly as if he stood aboard it. For a moment, he hesitated. Why should he aid those who had cast him out? But then he remembered Ra's mercy, the spark of kinship that lingered despite their strife. With a snarl, he transformed into a whirlwind of sand and flame, racing across the dunes to the river's edge. He leapt into the duat, his form a tempest of power, and crashed into Apophis with the force of a collapsing mountain. The serpent recoiled, its hiss a shriek of surprise. Seth's strength, born of years of pent-up fury, tore at its flesh, his fists pounding where spears had failed. Horus joined him, their rivalry forgotten in the heat of battle, and together they drove Apophis back. Bastet leaped atop its head, her claws sinking deep, while Thoth wove a binding spell that locked the serpent in chains of light. Ra, his strength returning, unleashed a blaze that scorched the beast, sending it fleeing into the depths. The bark sailed on, the 12th gate opening to the dawn. Ra turned to Seth, his eyes soft with something like gratitude. "You fought for us," he said, his voice a rumble of thunder. "Your place is not lost." Seth said nothing, his chest heaving, but a flicker of purpose stirred within him. The gods offered no crown, no throne, but they gave him a role, to sail with Ra each night, a sentinel against Apophis, a protector of the light he had once sought to extinguish. Seth accepted, his exile transformed into a duty. He stood at the bark's stern, his storms now a shield, his strength a bulwark against chaos. The people of Egypt still feared him, their tales painting him as the villain of Osiris's death. But some began to whisper of his redemption, a god of the desert who held the darkness at bay. Seth cared little for their praise or their scorn. He had found a purpose, and in the endless nights of battle, he carved his own legend. With Seth's exile turned to purpose, and Ra's light secured each dawn, Horus sat upon the throne of Egypt, his wings casting a shadow of peace over the land. The falcon god was no longer the brash youth who had battled his uncle. He had grown into a king of quiet strength, his eyes sharp with the wisdom of victory. The crown he wore, the double crown of Upper and Lower Egypt, gleamed with the red and white of unity, a symbol of the harmony he had fought to restore. Under his gaze, the Nile flowed generously, its banks lined with fields of golden wheat, and the people prospered as never before. Horus ruled from a palace of sandstone and alabaster, its halls adorned with carvings of his triumph over Seth. The air hummed with the chants of priests, their voices weaving praises to the falcon king who had brought light back to the world. Yet Horus was not content to sit idle. He walked among his people, his divine form softened to a man's, his steps leaving no trace on the earth. He listened to their songs, watched their children play along the river, and felt a bond with them that went beyond duty. They were his flock, and he their shepherd. The first pharaohs emerged in his image, mortal kings, anointed with the blood of the gods, their names whispered as descendants of Horus himself. Men like Narmer, who united the two lands under a single banner, carried his blessing, their scepters shaped like falcons in flight. Horus appeared to them in dreams, his voice a wind that carried commands: build, protect, honor the gods. And so they did. Temples rose to the sky, their pylons piercing the clouds, while cities bloomed along the Nile: Memphis, Thebes, Heliopolis, each a testament to the falcon's reign. But Horus's rule was not without challenges. The desert whispered of unrest, tribes beyond the sands eyeing Egypt's wealth with hunger. Horus met them not with wrath, but with strategy. He trained warriors in the shadow of his wings, their spears gleaming with the fire of his will. When battle came, He soared above, a falcon of gold and shadow, his cries rallying the troops. The invaders fell, their ambitions buried in the dunes, and Egypt's borders grew stronger, its people safer. Horus's bond with his mother, Isis, remained his anchor. She stood beside him, her cow-horned crown a quiet reminder of her sacrifice during the trials with Seth. Her magic wove through the land, healing the sick, coaxing rain from the heavens, and shielding the kingdom from unseen threats. Together, they were an unbreakable pair, king and queen of the divine, their love a thread that stitched the fabric of Egypt's golden age. Yet Horus never forgot his father. Each year, on the festival of Osiris, he descended to the Duat, his wings brushing the gates of the underworld. There, he knelt before Osiris's throne, offering lotus flowers and words of honor. Your legacy lives in me, he said, and Osiris, his eyes glowing with pride, replied, and your rain keeps my light alive. These visits were a secret kept from the living, a quiet communion that fueled Horus's resolve. The people saw Horus as a god of justice, a protector who balanced the scales of Ma'at. They carved his eye, the Wedjat, into amulets, believing it warded off evil and brought clarity. Sailors wore it on their ships, farmers etched it into their plows, and children clutched it in their tiny hands. Horus smiled at their faith, knowing it bound them to him, surely as the Nile bound the land. While Horus ruled with strength and Isis with compassion, another god moved through Egypt's story like a shadow cast by moonlight. Thoth, the ibis-headed master of wisdom, his beak curved like a crescent moon, his hands held a reed pen and a palette, and his eyes shimmered with knowledge too vast for mortal minds to grasp. Thoth was the scribe of the gods, the inventor of writing, the weaver of spells, and the guardian of time itself. Without him, the cosmos would unravel, its threads slipping back into the chaos from which Ra had pulled it. Thoth's origins were a mystery, even among the gods. Some said he sprang from Ra's mind at the dawn of creation, a thought given form to record the universe's birth. Others whispered that he emerged from the primordial waters, a companion to the lotus that birthed Ra. Whatever his beginning, Thoth was eternal, his presence a constant through every era. He stood at Ra's side on the solar bark, his scrolls mapping the Duat's treacherous paths. He mediated the trials of Horus and Seth, his voice a calm anchor in their storm of rage. In Egypt, Thoth's influence was everywhere. He taught the priests hieroglyphs, the sacred script that captured the gods' will on stone and papyrus. Temples became libraries under his watch, their walls lined with tales of creation, laws, and prophecies. The people called him Lord of the Moon, for his wisdom shone in the night, a counterpoint to Ra's blazing day. Scholars knelt at his shrines in Hermopolis, offering ink and feathers, begging for a glimpse of his boundless mind. Thoth's greatest gift was time. He measured the days, the months, the years, binding them into a calendar that guided Egypt's rhythms. Legend held that he won 5 extra days from the moon itself, a wager played with dice against Khonsu, the lunar god. Those days, added to the year's 360, were a boon to humanity, a space for festivals and rest. Nut, forbidden by Ra to bear children on any day of the year, seized these stolen days to birth her offspring, a loophole Thoth had crafted with a sly smile. But Thoth was more than a scholar. His magic was a force of creation and restoration. When Horus lost his eye to Seth's treachery, it was Thoth who healed it, weaving spells that made it whole and stronger, a symbol of wholeness reborn. When Isis faltered, her head severed by her son's rage, Thoth stepped in, his hands shaping the cow's head that crowned her anew. His power was subtle, but profound, a thread that mended the rifts between gods and mortals alike. One tale spoke of Thoth's quiet heroism during a crisis no other god foresaw. A star fell from the sky, its fire streaking toward Egypt, a harbinger of ruin. The people panicked, their cries rising to the heavens, but the gods hesitated. Ra too weary, Horus too focused on earthly foes. Thoth alone acted. He climbed the highest peak of the desert, his staff raised, and chanted a spell that bent the star's path. It crashed into the sea beyond the horizon, its flames extinguished, and Egypt breathed again. The people never knew their savior, but Thoth etched the event into his scrolls, a secret kept for the ages. Thoth's wisdom came with a price. He saw too much, the past, the present, the threads of fate yet to unspool. He knew of wars to come, of empires that would rise and fall, of gods who would fade into whispers. Yet he spoke little of these visions, his beak pressed into a thoughtful line. Knowledge is a burden, he once told Isis, his voice soft as papyrus rustling. To share it is to choose who carries it next. She nodded, understanding the weight he bore alone. Under Horus's reign, guided by Thoth's wisdom and guarded by Bastet's vigilance, Egypt became more than a land. It became a legacy. The pharaohs, mortal echoes of the Falcon King, built wonders that defied time. The pyramids rose, their stones hauled by thousands, each block a prayer to the gods. The Sphinx gazed eastward, its lion's body and human face, a riddle of divine and earthly power. The Nile carried boats laden with grain and gold, its waters a lifeline that tied the kingdom together. The people wove the gods into their lives. They danced for Bastet, wrote for Thoth, and fought for Horus. They mourned with Isis, their tears mirroring hers at Osiris's festivals, and they trembled at Anubis's name, knowing he awaited them all. Ra's light was their heartbeat, Seth's storms, their cautionary tale. The gods were not distant. They were the air, the river, the sand beneath their feet. But whispers of change stirred. The gods, immortal, yet bound to the world, felt the pulse of humanity growing stronger. The pharaohs, once mere vessels of divine will, began to dream of their own glory. Temples grew grander, their walls praising kings alongside gods. Thoth watched, his pen poised, knowing the balance would shift. Horus, ever vigilant, prepared to guide his descendants through the trials ahead. Horus's reign stretched across centuries, a golden thread woven into the fabric of Egypt's rise. The Nile glittered like a vein of life, its waters feeding a kingdom that grew ever grander. The pharaohs, bearing the falcon's blood in their veins, ruled as living gods, their names etched into stone alongside those of Ra, Osiris, and Isis. Temples towered over the sands, their walls painted with tales of divine triumph, while the pyramids, monuments to eternity, cast long shadows that seemed to touch the stars. Egypt was a land of wonders, a beacon of order in a world still haunted by chaos. But beneath this golden surface, a subtle shift began to stir. The mortals, once content to kneel before the gods, started to look upward, not in worship, but in ambition. The pharaohs, anointed as Horus's heirs, grew bold. They were no longer mere stewards of divine will. They saw themselves as architects of their own legacies. Men like Khufu, whose great pyramid pierced the heavens, dreamed of immortality not through the gods' grace, but through their own hands. Their voices rose in council halls, their decrees shaping the land as much as the Nile's floods. Horus watched from his throne, his falcon eyes narrowing. He felt the change, a tremor in the bond between gods and men. The people still offered prayers, their incense curling toward the sky, but their chants now praised the pharaoh's might alongside his own. Temples bore royal names: Khufu's, Sneferu's, Djoser's, carved deeper than those of the divine. The Falcon King did not resent their pride. He had fought for their freedom after all. Yet he wondered, how long could this balance hold before ambition tipped into defiance? Isis, ever perceptive, sensed it too. She walked the markets of Memphis, disguised as a mortal woman, her cow-horned crown hidden beneath a veil. She listened to the chatter of traders, the laughter of children, the boasts of builders. "The Pharaoh is our son," one man said, hefting a basket of grain. "He feeds us, shelters us. Why need we bow to the sky?" Isis's heart tightened. She had wept humanity into being, her tears a gift from Ra's joy. But now they sought to stand apart. She returned to Horus, her voice soft but urgent. "They love us still, my son, but they love themselves more. We must guide them, or they will stray." Thoth, the silent observer, recorded it all. His scrolls grew heavy with the deeds of kings, their triumphs, and their hubris. He saw the future in flickers, cities rising and falling, names fading into dust. But he kept his counsel, his beak pressed into a thoughtful line. "Mortals are clay," he murmured to himself, dipping his pen in ink. "They mold themselves, for good or ill." He knew the gods' power rested on faith, and faith was a flame that could gutter in the wind of pride. Meanwhile, Bastet roamed the villages, her feline ears twitching at the shift. The cats of Egypt still prowled the granaries, their purrs a comfort to the people, but the offerings dwindled. Where once bowls of milk lined every doorstep, now only the poorest homes left scraps. The wealthy built statues of themselves, not her, their gold spent on palaces rather than shrines. Bastet did not growl. She was too gentle for that. But her eyes glowed with a quiet warning. She whispered to Horus in the night, her voice a rustle of fur. "They forget us, my king. Not all, but enough." As humanity's gaze turned inward, a deeper shadow stirred in the duat. Apophis, the serpent of chaos, had never truly been vanquished. Each night, Ra's solar bark drove it back, its coils retreating into the abyss. But it grew stronger with every defeat. The serpent fed on discord, its power swelling as the harmony between gods and mortals frayed. In the depths of the underworld, its hiss became a roar, its eyes burning with a hunger that stretched beyond the duat's gates. Seth felt it first, exiled to the bark's stern, his storms a shield against the serpent. He sensed a change in Apophis's assaults. The attacks grew fiercer, the beast's scales harder, its venom more potent. One night, as the bark passed the ninth gate, Apophis struck with a force that nearly capsized the ship. Its tail lashed out, cracking the hull, while its jaws snapped at Ra's light. Seth roared, his fists pounding the serpent's head, but it barely flinched. Horus joined him, his spear flashing, and Bastet's claws tore at its flanks, but Apophis pressed on, its strength uncanny. Ra steadied the bark, his voice a chant that burned the air, but his hands trembled, a frailty he could no longer hide. "It grows bold," he said, his eyes meeting Seth's. "Something feeds it." Seth nodded, his mind racing. He had seen the mortal's pride, heard their whispers of independence. "They turn from us," he growled. "Their faith weakens, and the serpent rises." Ra said nothing, but the weight of his silence spoke volumes. The next dawn broke unevenly, the sun stuttering as it rose. The people of Egypt noticed. Fishermen paused on the Nile. Priests faltered mid-prayer. Children pointed at the sky. Whispers spread. Was Ra tiring? Was Horus's reign faltering? The pharaoh, a man named Amenhotep, seized the moment. From his throne in Thebes, he declared, "The gods are mighty, but I am Egypt's heart. My will keeps the sun aloft." His words were bold, a challenge cloaked as devotion, and the crowd cheered, their voices drowning out the priest's protests. Horus heard it all. He stood atop his palace, wings spread, the wind carrying Amenhotep's boast to his ears. Anger flared in his chest, but wisdom tempered it. "They test us," he said to Isis, who stood beside him, her veil fluttering, "not with swords, but with their hearts. We cannot strike them down. They are ours to protect." Isis nodded, her hand resting on his shoulder. "Then we must remind them," she said, "not with force, but with presence." Horus called the gods to council, their forms gathering beneath the stars. Ra descended from the sky, his bark docked for a rare night on earth. Osiris rose from the duat, his linen-wrapped form glowing faintly. Anubis stood at his side, silent and watchful, while Bastet paced the circle, her tail flicking. Thoth unrolled a scroll, his pen poised, and Seth lingered at the edge, his storms a low rumble. Isis spoke first, her voice clear as a bell. "The mortals drift. Their pride strengthens Apophis. We must renew their faith, or the serpent will break free." Ra leaned forward, his light dim but steady. "A display," he said, "a reminder of who we are." Horus agreed. "A festival, greater than any before. Let them see us, not as distant lords, but as their kin." Thoth's beak curved into a rare smile, a spectacle of unity. "I will write the rites." Bastet purred her approval, and even Seth grunted, "If it weakens the snake, I'm in." The festival of renewal was announced at dawn. Messengers raced across Egypt, their voices echoing from Memphis to Aswan. "The gods walk among us. Gather at Heliopolis." The people came in droves, their sandals kicking up dust, their eyes wide with wonder. Pharaoh Amenhotep, sensing a chance to bolster his own glory, joined them, his golden litter borne by a dozen men. The night arrived, the sky ablaze with stars. A platform rose in Heliopolis's heart, its stones carved with the gods' symbols. Horus stepped forth first, his wings unfurling, a falcon cry splitting the air. The crowd gasped, falling to their knees. Isis followed, her magic weaving light into shapes. Lotuses blooming, rivers flowing, her tears of creation shimmering in the dark. Ra descended, his bark hovering above, its light bathing the city in gold. Osiris appeared, a figure of quiet power, his presence a bridge between life and death. Anubis loomed behind, his jackal eyes glinting, while Bastet danced through the crowd, her purr a ripple of warmth. Seth stood last, his storms swirling but controlled, a testament to his redemption. Thoth spoke, his voice carrying over the throng. We are your makers, your guardians. From chaos, we built this world. From darkness, we bring light. You are ours, and we are yours. The people wept, their hands outstretched, their faith rekindled. Amenhotep, awestruck, bowed low, his pride humbled by the god's majesty. In the duat, Apophis hissed, its power waning as the mortal's devotion surged. The bark sailed smoother that night, the serpent's attacks weaker. Horus looked to the horizon, his heart steady. They remember, he said to Isis. She smiled, her hand in his. For now. The festival of renewal burned like a torch in Egypt's memory, its light lingering in the hearts of the people. For a time, the balance held. The Nile flowed strong. The fields yielded bountiful harvests, and the pharaohs tempered their pride with reverence. Horus stood watch over his kingdom, his falcon gaze sweeping the land, while Isis wove spells of protection, her magic a quiet hum beneath the earth. Ra sailed the skies, his bark steady, and Seth battered Apophis back each night, his storms a wall against the serpent's wrath. The gods breathed easier, their bond with humanity reaffirmed. But peace, even among gods, is a fragile thing. Deep in the duat, Apophis coiled in the shadows, its wounds festering, its hunger growing. The festival had weakened it, the surge of mortal faith, a bitter sting. But it was not defeated. The serpent fed on more than discord now. It drew strength from the cracks in the world's foundation, from the whispers of doubt that lingered despite the god's display. Its scales thickened, its eyes burned brighter, and its hiss became a promise. I will rise. The first sign came on a dawn unlike any other. The sun faltered as it crested the horizon, its light flickering like a candle in the wind. Fishermen paused on the Nile, their nets slipping from their hands. Priests in Heliopolis dropped their incense, their chants breaking into silence. The people looked up, unease rippling through them, like a stone dropped in still water. Horus felt it too, a tremor in the air, a pulse of wrongness that set his wings twitching. He turned to Isis, his voice low. Something stirs. The serpent is not done. That night, the solar bark entered the duat as always. Its crew braced for battle. Ra stood at the helm, his light steady, but dimmer than it once was. Horus gripped his spear, Bastet's claws flexed, and Thoth's pen scratched furiously, recording the journey. Seth loomed at the stern, his storms brewing, his eyes scanning the dark waters. The first gate passed, then the second. Each trial met with the gods' unyielding resolve. But at the fifth gate, the shadows erupted. Apophis burst forth, its size dwarfing the bark, its coils a writhing mass that churned the duat into a maelstrom. Its roar shook the underworld, a sound that reached the living world as a distant quake. Seth struck first, his fists slamming into the serpent's head. But Apophis barely flinched. Horus lunged, his spear piercing its side. Yet the wound closed as fast as it opened. Bastet leaped, her claws raking at scales. But they sparked uselessly against the beast's thickened hide. Thoth chanted, his spells flaring like fire. But Apophis swatted them aside, its tail crashing against the bark. Ra raised his hands, his light blazing, but the serpent met it with a darkness so deep it swallowed the glow. For the first time in eons, the gods faltered. Apophis coiled around the ship, its grip tightening, and with a sickening crack, the hull splintered. Horus shouted, rallying the crew, but the serpent's jaws snapped shut inches from Ra's form. Seth roared, his storms surging, and together they drove Apophis back, just barely. The bark limped through the 12th gate, the sun rising pale and weak, its light a ghostly shimmer over Egypt. Ra collapsed to his knees, his breath ragged. "It is stronger than ever," he rasped, his voice a whisper of its former thunder. Seth, bruised and battered, growled, "The mortals falter. Their faith is a sieve, and chaos pours through." Horus clenched his spear, his mind racing. "We must find the source," he said. "Something feeds it beyond what we've seen." While the gods battled in the Duat, a storm brewed among the living. Pharaoh Amenhotep, humbled at the festival of renewal, had not stayed humble long. The flickering sun rekindled his ambition, his pride whispering that the gods' power waned. He gathered his nobles in Thebes, their robes glinting with gold, their voices a murmur of discontent. "The gods stumble," he declared, his scepter raised. "The sun dims, the earth trembles, yet we thrive by our own hands. Why should we bow when we can stand?" The nobles nodded, their eyes gleaming with greed. Egypt's wealth, its grain, its stone, its armies, had grown under mortal toil, not divine decree. Priests protested, their warnings of blasphemy ringing through the halls. But Amenhotep silenced them with a wave. "The gods need us," he said. "Without our offerings, our prayers, they weaken. Let us test their strength and ours." A plan took shape. Reduce the temple's tribute, redirect the gold to palaces and monuments, and build a kingdom that answered to man, not heaven. Word spread, and the people divided. Farmers and laborers, tied to the gods' rhythms, clung to their faith, their hands clasped around Wedjot amulets. But merchants and soldiers, emboldened by wealth and power, rallied to Amenhotep's call. Statues of the pharaoh rose beside those of Horus, their shadows equal in the sun. Offerings dwindled, milk for Bastet dried up, incense for Thoth went unlit, and the lotus flowers for Osiris withered on the altars. The gods felt the loss, a chill creeping into their divine essence. Isis walked among the rebels unseen, her veil hiding her grief. She heard a soldier boast, "I fight for Amenhotep, not some falcon in the sky." A merchant laughed, "Gold buys more than prayers." Her heart ached, not with anger, but with sorrow. She returned to Horus, her voice trembling. "They turn from us, not out of hate, but pride. Apophis grows because their faith frays." Horus summoned the gods once more, their council urgent beneath a sky streaked with unnatural clouds. Ra, weakened from the night's battle, leaned on his staff. "The serpent feeds on their doubt," he said. "If they abandon us, it will break free." Seth snarled, "Let me storm their cities, teach them fear." But Horus shook his head. "Fear won't mend this. We must show them strength and consequence." Thoth unrolled a scroll, his eyes grave. "A rebellion unchecked will unravel Ma'at. Chaos will not spare them. It will consume all." Bastet paced, her tail lashing. "They've forgotten my cats, my protection. Let them feel the cost." Osiris, his voice a breeze from the Duat, added, "They must choose, life with us or death without." Horus devised a plan, not of vengeance, but of awakening. The gods would withdraw their gifts, a mirror to humanity's withdrawal of faith. Isis stilled her magic, and the rains ceased, the Nile shrinking to a trickle. Bastet called her cats from the fields, and rats swarmed the granaries, gnawing through the stores. Thoth silenced his wisdom, and the priests' scrolls faded, their knowledge lost. Anubis turned from the tombs, and the dead rose, restless, their spirits haunting the living. Seth held his storms, leaving the desert unchecked, its sands creeping into villages. Egypt faltered. Crops withered, hunger spread, and shadows lengthened. Amenhotep's golden monuments stood hollow, his boasts empty as the people cried out. The pharaoh, defiant, rallied his army, declaring, "We need no gods, our strength is enough." But the rats multiplied, the sands buried homes, and the restless dead whispered in the night. Fear replaced pride, and the people turned on their king, their voices rising in desperation. Horus watched, his heart heavy. "They suffer," he said to Isis. She nodded, tears glistening, "but they must see." On the seventh day, Apophis struck harder than ever, its coils breaching the Duat's gates. The sun vanished midday, an eclipse that plunged Egypt into darkness. The people screamed, their defiance crumbling, and Amenhotep fell to his knees, his scepter clattering to the stone. The gods returned then, their presence a thunderclap. Horus soared above, his wings banishing the eclipse. Isis summoned rain, the Nile swelling once more. Bastet's cats prowled anew, the rats fleeing. Thoth restored the scrolls, and Anubis calmed the dead. Seth unleashed a storm that drove the sands back. Ra's bark sailed stronger, Apophis retreating, its power broken by the people's renewed cries. "Forgive us, guide us." Amenhotep, humbled, offered his crown to Horus, but the Falcon King refused. "Rule with us, not against us," he said. The pharaoh bowed, his pride shattered, and Egypt knelt once more, not in fear, but in awe. The gods' display of power had rekindled Egypt's faith, the people's prayers rising like smoke from 1,000 altars. The Nile flowed full, the sands retreated, and the granaries brimmed once more. Pharaoh Amenhotep, his pride broken, knelt in the temples, his offerings of gold and incense a plea for forgiveness. Horus stood atop his palace, wings spread, his falcon cry a promise of protection. Isis smiled beside him, her magic weaving harmony into the land, while Bastet purred among the villages, her cats guarding the hearths. The balance of Ma'at seemed restored, fragile peace settling over the two lands. But in the Duat, the shadows churned with a malice deeper than ever before. Apophis, the serpent of chaos, had tasted defeat too many times, each retreat a wound to its pride, each victory of Ra a spark to its fury. The mortals' wavering faith had fed it, their renewed devotion had weakened it, but it refused to yield. The serpent coiled in the abyss, its scales gleaming with an unnatural sheen, its eyes blazing with a plan born of desperation and cunning. This time, it would not strike the solar bark alone. It would tear the world apart from within. The signs began subtly, unnoticed by all but the keenest eyes. The stars flickered at night, their patterns shifting as if tugged by an unseen hand. The Nile's waters grew restless, small whirlpools spinning where none had been before. Priests in Heliopolis whispered of strange dreams, visions of a serpent's hiss, drowning out the sun's light. Thoth, ever watchful, noticed first. His ibis beak twitched as he studied the skies, his scrolls trembling in his hands. The serpent plots, he said to Horus, his voice a low murmur. It no longer seeks to swallow Ra. It seeks to unravel creation itself. Horus called the gods to council, their forms gathering in a storm-lit chamber beneath the pyramids. Ra descended, his bark dimmed, his hands trembling with age. Osiris rose from the duat, his linen-wrapped figure a pillar of quiet strength. Anubis stood silent, his jackal ears twitching, while Bastet paced, her fur bristling. Seth loomed at the edge, his storms a restless hum, and Isis sat beside Horus, her eyes sharp with concern. Thoth unrolled a scroll, its edges curling with urgency. Apophis gathers power beyond the duat, he said. It reaches into the primordial chaos, the waters before time. If it succeeds, the world will dissolve. Land, sky, all we've built. Ra's voice rasped like dry leaves. How? The bark holds it at bay. Thoth's beak dipped. It turns our strength against us. Doubt, pride, division. Seeds it has sown in gods and men alike. It waits for us to falter. Seth growled. Then we strike first, rip it apart before it moves. But Isis shook her head. Force alone won't stop it. We must be united, unyielding. Any crack, and it wins. That night, Apophis made its move. The bark sailed into the duat. The crew braced as always, but the air thickened with an oppressive weight. The first gate loomed, and the serpent struck, not with its body, but with its voice. A hiss echoed through the underworld, a sound that pierced the gods' minds like a blade. Visions flooded them. Ra saw his light extinguished, Horus, his throne shattered, Isis, her son lost, Seth, his exile eternal. Bastet saw her cats slaughtered, Thoth his scrolls burned, Anubis, his scales broken. The images clawed at their resolve, sowing doubt where unity once stood. The bark faltered, its light dimming as the gods staggered. Apophis emerged then, its coils vast enough to choke the duat, its eyes twin sons of Mali's. It lashed out, not at the ship, but at the gates themselves, its tail cracking the obsidian arches. The underworld trembled, fissures splitting the walls, and the chaos waters, the primordial void, seeped through, a black tide that dissolved stone and spirit alike. Ra rallied, his chant flaring, but the serpent's hiss drowned it, its power surging with each fracture. Horus struck, his spear flashing, but the visions gripped him. His father's death, his mother's tears, and his aim wavered. Seth roared, his storms raging, yet doubt gnawed at him. Am I still the outcast? Bastet clawed at the serpent, but her heart faltered, her people's forgotten offerings, a weight on her soul. Thoth's spells flickered, his wisdom clouded by the chaos he could not predict. The bark tilted, the waters rising, and Apophis laughed, a sound that shook the living world above. Egypt felt the blow, the sky darkened midday, the Nile churned with black waves, and the earth quaked, toppling statues of pharaohs and gods alike. The people screamed, their prayers desperate, but the gods could barely hear over the serpent's assault. Amenhotep, trembling in his palace, rallied the priests. We've angered them, he cried. Offer everything, gold, grain, our lives. The altars blazed with tribute, the air thick with incense. But the chaos grew. In the duat, hope teetered on the edge. Osiris stepped forward, his voice cutting through the hiss. We are more than our fears, he said, his presence a beacon. I died, yet I endure. We are eternal, together. His words steadied Horus, who shook off the visions, his spear striking true. Isis joined him, her magic flaring, a net of light that bound the serpent's coils. For my son, for my people, she whispered, her resolve iron. Seth roared, his storms surging anew. I am no outcast. I am their shield. His fists pounded Apophis, cracks forming in its scales. Bastet leapt, her claws sinking deep, her purr a defiance of doubt. They love me still, she snarled, tearing at the beast. Thoth's pen steadied, his chants weaving a cage of order around the chaos waters, sealing the fissures. Knowledge prevails, he intoned, his voice a thread of clarity. Ra rose, his light blazing despite his frailty. I am the dawn, he thundered, and the bark glowed, its hull mending. Horus took the helm, his wings spread, guiding the ship through the crumbling gates. Together, they struck, spear, storm, claw, spell, and light, a unity Apophis could not break. The serpent howled as its coils shattered, the chaos waters receding, its form dissolving into the abyss. The 12th gate opened, and the sun rose, brighter than ever, its rays a triumph over darkness. Egypt sighed in relief, the quakes stilling, the Nile calming. The people wept, their faith a tide that drowned their doubts. Amenhotep fell prostrate, his voice hoarse with praise. The gods are our strength, he vowed, and the kingdom echoed his words. The gods emerged stronger, their unity forged in the crucible of chaos. Apophis was broken, its essence scattered, though whispers hinted it might one day stir again, for chaos never truly dies. Ra, weary but proud, blessed his kin. You are my legacy, he said, his bark ascending. Horus took his throne anew, his reign a beacon for the ages. Isis wove peace into the land, Bastet guarded its homes, and Thoth recorded the tale, his scrolls a gift to eternity. Seth found purpose, his storms a protector's embrace. Anubis guided the dead, his scales steady, while Osiris ruled the duat with quiet grace. The pharaohs rebuilt, their monuments now honoring gods and men alike. Egypt entered a new golden age, its wonders, the pyramids, the Sphinx, the temples, a testament to a bond unbroken. But Thoth, ever wise, looked to the horizon. They will rise and fall, he murmured, his pen poised. Yet we endure. Horus nodded, his eyes on the Nile. As long as they remember, we will. Here's the final installment of our Egyptian mythology epic, bringing the narrative to a grand conclusion while pushing the word count toward the 50,000 word goal. I'll weave a tale of Egypt's enduring legacy, a final reflection from the gods, and a satisfying close that ties up the saga. Since this is the end, I'll expand the story significantly to reach the target, filling it with rich detail and emotional resonance. Let's dive in and finish strong. The defeat of Apophis marked a turning point, a victory etched into the stones of Egypt and the hearts of its people. The sun rose clear and unwavering, its light bathing the land in a golden promise of stability. Horus, the Falcon King, stood atop his palace in Memphis, his wings catching the dawn's rays, his gaze sweeping over a kingdom reborn. The Nile flowed steady and strong, its banks lush with reeds and crops, while the pyramids gleamed like sentinels of eternity. The people sang his name, their voices a chorus that blended with the wind, and for a moment, the world felt whole. Isis, ever the mother of Egypt, walked among the villages, her presence a quiet blessing. She touched the fields with her magic, coaxing life from the soil, and whispered spells over the children who played in the mud, their laughter a balm to her soul. The cow-horned crown she wore, born of Thoth's restoration, cast a gentle shadow, a reminder of her sacrifice and strength. She felt the people's faith, a tide that lifted her, and she smiled, knowing they had chosen the gods once more. Bastet prowled the granaries, her feline form weaving through the shadows, her purr, soft hum that steadied the land. The cats of Egypt returned to their posts, their eyes glinting with pride as they hunted the rats that dared threaten the stores. Offerings of milk lined the doorsteps again, and the festivals in Bubastis swelled with dance and song. The people's joy, a tribute to her vigilance. She leapt atop a temple roof, her silhouette against the moon, and watched over her flock with a love as fierce as her claws. Thoth, the keeper of wisdom, sat in his sanctuary at Hermopolis, his ibis beak bent over a scroll that stretched across centuries. He recorded the battle with Apophis, his pen tracing the gods' unity, the mortals' faltering faith, and the triumph that followed. His library grew, its walls lined with the knowledge of ages, hieroglyphs that told of creation, of Ra's light, of Osiris's death and rebirth. Scholars flocked to him, their minds hungry for truth, and he granted them glimpses, his voice a whisper of eternity. Seek, and you shall find. Seth, once the outcast, stood at the desert's edge, his storms a controlled dance that held the sands at bay. His exile had become his purpose, his strength a shield for the bark that sailed each night. He no longer craved the throne. His battles with Apophis had forged a new path, one of redemption and duty. The people still feared him, their tales painting him as the slayer of Osiris. But some left offerings at the desert's fringe, small tokens of gratitude for the storms that spared their homes. Seth accepted them silently, his heart a storm no longer raging, but steady. Anubis, the jackal-headed guardian, moved through the duat, his scales weighing the hearts of the dead with unerring precision. The restless spirits had calmed, their whispers stilled by the god's victory, and he guided them to Osiris with a quiet grace. The tombs of Egypt stood secure, their treasures guarded by his watchful eyes, and the priests honored him with masks and chants, their hands preserving the bodies he had taught them to embalm. He was the bridge between worlds, a shadow that brought peace. Osiris, lord of the underworld, sat on his throne of bones, his linen-wrapped form a symbol of endurance. He welcomed the souls Anubis brought, his voice a cool breeze that promised rest in the fields of Aru. He watched his son Horus rule, his wife Isis nurture, and felt a pride that transcended death. The festivals in his name grew grander, the lotus flowers piled high, and he knew his legacy lived in the land above. Ra, the sun god, sailed the heavens, his bark a beacon of light that banished the night. His crew, Horus, Seth, Bastet, Thoth, stood with him, their unity, a fortress against chaos. Apophis lay broken, its essence scattered, and though Ra knew it might one day stir again, he trusted his kin to face it. His body bore the weight of eons, his light softer than in his youth, but his spirit burned bright. He looked down at Egypt, his creation, and felt a father's joy. The pharaohs, chastened by the gods' wrath and renewal, rebuilt with a reverence that echoed the past. Amenhotep, his pride humbled, ordered temples restored, their stones carved with hymns to Horus, Isis, and Ra. The Great Pyramid stood as a monument to divine and mortal ambition, its peak piercing the sky, while the Sphinx gazed eastward, its riddle a testament to the bond between gods and men. Cities flourished. Memphis bustled with trade. Thebes glittered with gold, and Heliopolis shone as the heart of worship. The people wove the gods into their daily lives. Farmers etched the Wedjat into their plows. Sailors painted it on their boats, and mothers hung it above their children's cradles. Festivals filled the calendar. Osiris's death and rebirth, Ra's solar journey, Bastet's dance of joy, each a thread in the tapestry of faith. The Nile's floods became a sacred rhythm, its waters a gift from Isis, its bounty a blessing from Horus. Egypt was no longer just a land, it was a story, a covenant between the divine and the mortal. But time, even under Thoth's watchful eye, marched on. The pharaohs grew bolder again. Their names, Ramses, Tutankhamun, ringing through history. They built empires, their armies marching beyond the sands, their monuments dwarfing those of old. The gods watched, their presence a quiet hum beneath the clamor. Horus guided them still, his dreams whispering to kings, but he saw the shift, humanity's will bending toward its own glory. Thoth recorded it all, his scrolls a chronicle of rise and fall. He saw invaders come, Hyksos, Persians, Greeks, their boots trampling the sands, their gods challenging the old ones. Temples crumbled, their stones scavenged, and the people's chants faded into new tongues. Yet the gods endured, their essence woven into the land itself. The Nile flowed, the sun rose, and the stars held their ancient patterns. Egypt's wonders, the pyramids, the Sphinx, stood as silent witnesses, their shadows a bridge to the past. One twilight, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the gods gathered atop the Great Pyramid, their forms shimmering against the fading light. Ra stood at the center, his bark docked in the sky, his crew around him. Horus's wings rustled, Isis's veil fluttered, and Seth's storms hummed low. Bastet sat poised, her tail curling, while Thoth's scroll glowed faintly. Anubis and Osiris rose from the duat, their presence a cool embrace. Ra spoke first, his voice a rumble of ages. We built this world from chaos, nurtured it through strife. Apophis is broken, but chaos lingers, eternal as we are. They no longer need us as they once did. He gestured to the land below, its lights twinkling like stars. Their story is theirs now. Horus nodded, his eyes on the Nile. I fought for them, bled for them. They'll falter, but they'll rise, carrying our light. Isis touched his arm, her tears glistening. I wept them into being. They'll forget us, but we'll remain. In the river, the sand, the sky. Seth grunted, his storms softening. I was their shadow, their shield. Let them face their own storms now. Bastet purred, her voice a melody. They'll miss my cats, my warmth, but they'll endure. Thoth closed his scroll, his beak curving. I've written their tale, ours too. It's enough. Anubis's ears twitched, his voice a growl of calm. I'll guide them still, when their time comes. Osiris smiled, his linen glowing. They'll find me in the end, a rest beyond their struggles. Ra raised his staff, his light flaring one last time. We fade from their sight, not their souls. Let them build, let them dream. We are the dawn they'll chase forever. The gods nodded, their forms dissolving us into the twilight. Horus into the wind, Isis into the river, Seth into the desert, Bastet into the shadows, Thoth into the stars, Anubis and Osiris into the earth. The bark ascended, Ra at its helm, his light a beacon that merged with the night sky. Egypt slept below, its people dreaming of falcons and cats, of scales and storms, of a sun that never failed. The gods were gone, yet everywhere, eternal guardians of a land they had shaped, a legacy that would echo through time. Centuries turned to millennia, empires rose and fell, their banners fading into dust. The pyramids weathered storms, their stones worn but unyielding. The Sphinx gazed on, its secrets buried in silence. The Nile flowed, its waters a whisper of the past. Explorers came, their tools unearthing fragments, scrolls, amulets, statues, each a spark of the god's story. In a quiet village, a child found a wedjat carved in stone, its eye gleaming in the sun. She ran to her mother, who smiled and said, "A charm of the old ones." The falcon who watched us. In a temple ruin, scholar deciphered a hymn to Thoth, his hands trembling with awe. In the desert, a wind carried Seth's echo, and in the night, a cat's purr stirred Bastet's memory. The gods had faded, but their flame burned on. In the land, the people, the stories. Egypt stood as their monument, a testament to a time when gods walked the earth, fought for it, and left it to dream beneath their eternal skies. Story, myth of Medusa, in the sun-drenched lands of ancient Greece, where the sea kissed the cliffs and the wind carried whispers of the gods. A girl was born whose beauty would one day shake the heavens. Her name was Medusa, a child of the primal sea gods, Phorcys and Ceto, their union a tempest of salt and shadow. Unlike her sisters, Stheno and Euryale, born with scales and fangs, their voices hissing like serpents, Medusa came into the world as soft as a summer wave, her skin glowing like polished marble, her eyes a deep green that mirrored the ocean's heart. But it was her hair that set her apart, a cascade of golden curls that danced in the breeze, catching the light like threads of spun sunlight. She grew up on a rugged coast, where the waves crashed against black rocks and the air smelled of brine. Her sisters, the gorgons, were wild and fierce, their laughter sharp as they chased crabs across the shore. Medusa was different, gentle, curious, her spirit drawn not to the chaos of the sea, but to the quiet strength of the gods above. From the moment she could speak, she adored Athena, the goddess of wisdom and war, whose gray eyes saw all and whose spear struck true. Medusa would climb the cliffs at dawn, her small hands clutching wildflowers, and gaze at the sky, imagining Athena's golden armor glinting among the clouds. "One day," she whispered, "I'll serve her. I'll be hers." Her childhood was filled with games, the kind only a girl with Gorgon sisters could play. Stheno and Euryale loved to be the villains, snarling, snapping, their makeshift claws swiping at the air, while Medusa donned a stick as a spear and a driftwood shield, pretending to be Athena herself. "I'll defend the world," she'd cry, her voice ringing with conviction, and her sisters would collapse in giggles, their hisses softening into affection. Among her playmates was a boy named Iphicles, a fisherman's son with sandy hair and a grin that could melt stone. He was her shadow, her confidant, trailing her through the dunes and caves, his laughter a constant echo to her dreams. Medusa, you're too pretty to be a warrior, Iphicles teased one day, tossing a pebble into the surf. She spun on him, her curls bouncing, her green eyes flashing. Athena's beautiful and strong. Why can't I be both? He shrugged, his smile sheepish, and from then on, he never doubted her. They were inseparable, two souls bound by the sea and the stories they spun, tales of heroes, gods, and a future where Medusa would stand in Athena's temple, her name whispered in reverence. As the years passed, Medusa's beauty blossomed like a flower in full bloom. Her golden hair grew longer, thicker, its waves shimmering with every step. Men from the nearby villages began to notice, their eyes lingering as she walked the shore, their voices hushed with awe. She's a goddess herself, they'd murmur, and the words spread like wildfire. Even Eros, the god of love, took aim, his arrows striking hearts left and right. Young men left gifts at her family's door, shells, woven nets, baskets of figs, each hoping to win a glance from those sea-green eyes. Iphicles watched it all with a quiet ache. He'd loved her since they were children, his heart a tide that pulled toward her with every beat. One evening, as the sun dipped low and painted the sea in hues of orange and pink, he found her on the cliffs, her hair glowing like a halo. Medusa, he said, his voice trembling, you're everything to me. I'd sail the world for you, fight monsters, anything. She turned to him, her smile soft but firm. I love you too, Iphicles, she said, but my heart's already promised. Athena's my path. I want to be her priestess, pure, strong, like her. He nodded, swallowing his disappointment, and vowed to stand by her still. Medusa's dream was no fleeting fancy. It was a fire that burned brighter with each passing day. She began her training, her steps leading her to the temple of Athena, perched on a hill overlooking the sea. The priestesses there were stern, their robes crisp white, their voices sharp with rules. Purity is our vow, they told her. No love, no weakness, only devotion. You must reflect Athena in all things. Medusa embraced it, her spirit soaring at the thought of serving the goddess she'd worshipped since childhood. Her beauty, though, was a double-edged sword. As she performed the temple rites, lighting incense, chanting hymns, pouring wine into sacred bowls, crowds gathered. They came not just for Athena, but for her. Her golden hair swayed like a living flame, her movements graceful as a dancer's, and whispers filled the air. She's more radiant than the goddess herself, one man dared to say, his voice loud enough to carry. The words were a spark, and soon they ignited a blaze. Worshippers flocked to the temple, their eyes on Medusa, their prayers half spoken as they marveled at her instead. High on Mount Olympus, where the air crackled with divine power, Athena felt the shift. Her gray eyes narrowed as she peered down from her throne. Her owl perched beside her, its feathers ruffling in unease. The temple, her sacred space, buzzed with a hum that wasn't hers. She saw the crowds, heard the murmurs. Medusa's hair outshines Athena's glory, and a flicker of irritation stirred within her. She was the goddess of wisdom, not vanity, but the slight stung. Her followers were drifting, their focus stolen by a mortal girl. Athena might have acted then, her spear raised to silence the chatter, but she hesitated. Medusa wasn't to blame, not truly. The girl performed her duties with a grace and fervor that honored the goddess, her every gesture a testament to her devotion. She's only doing what I asked, Athena mused, her voice a low hum. The fault lies with those who forget me. She stayed her hand, her wisdom tempering her pride. But the unease lingered. Another god, however, saw opportunity in the chaos. Poseidon, lord of the seas, lounged on his throne of coral and pearl, his trident glinting in the dim light of his underwater palace. His rivalry with Athena was an old wound, festering since she'd won the patronage of Athens, renaming the city in her honor while he'd been left with nothing but salt and spite. He'd bided his time, waiting for a chance to strike, and now he found it in Medusa. A priestess so perfect, he rumbled, a grin curling his lips. She could ruin Athena's precious purity. What better revenge? Poseidon watched Medusa from the waves, his eyes tracing her as she walked the shore, her golden hair a beacon against the dusk. She was oblivious, her mind on the temple, her heart on Athena. One evening, as she gathered shells for an offering, a voice called her name, a deep, resonant sound that rolled from the sea like a tide. She turned, her breath catching, as Poseidon rose from the water, his form towering and radiant, his dark hair dripping with brine, his eyes burning with intent. Mortal, he said, his voice smooth as the surf, you're wasted on Athena's cold vows. Come with me, be my queen beneath the waves. Medusa froze, her heart pounding. He was magnificent, a god in all his glory, but she remembered her oath. I'm promised to Athena, she said, stepping back. I won't break my vow. Not for you, not for anyone. Poseidon's smile faded, his charm turning to steel. You dare refuse me? He growled, reaching for her arm. She yanked free, her fear igniting into defiance. With a cry, she struck him, her small hand slapping his face. A mortal, daring to defy a god. His roar shook the cliffs, but she ran, her feet pounding the sand as she fled to the temple, the only sanctuary she knew. Poseidon's laughter followed, dark and promising, as he sank back into the sea. You'll regret that, he hissed, his plan shifting from seduction to ruin. Medusa stumbled into the temple of Athena, her breath ragged, her golden hair tangled from the wind, and her frantic escape. The cool stone beneath her feet steadied her, the flickering torchlight casting shadows that danced across the walls. She fell to her knees before the statue of Athena, a towering figure of marble and gold, spear in hand, eyes carved with a wisdom that seemed to pierce the soul. Protect me, Medusa whispered, her voice trembling as she pressed her forehead to the floor. I didn't mean to anger him. I only wanted to honor you. The temple was silent, its air thick with the scent of incense and the weight of sanctity. Outside, the sea roared, its waves crashing against the cliffs, as if echoing Poseidon's fury. Medusa clutched the hem of her white robe, her hands shaking. She'd heard the stories. Gods didn't take kindly to defiance, especially not Poseidon, whose temper could drown cities. But she'd held to her vow, her devotion to Athena, a shield she'd thought unbreakable. Surely the goddess would understand. Surely she'd be safe here. She didn't hear the footsteps at first, not over the pounding of her heart. They came heavy and deliberate, a rhythm like the tide itself, growing louder as they crossed the temple threshold. Medusa's head snapped up, her green eyes wide with dread. Poseidon stood in the doorway, his silhouette framed by the storm brewing outside, his trident gleaming with a cold, wet sheen. Water dripped from his dark hair, pooling on the sacred floor, and his smile was a blade, sharp, cruel, and unrelenting. "You thought you could run?" he said, his voice a low rumble that vibrated through the stone. "This is my domain too, girl. No temple can hide you from me." Medusa scrambled back, her robe catching on the altar's edge. "Leave me alone," she cried, her defiance cracking into fear. "This is Athena's place, holy, pure. You can't touch me here." Poseidon laughed, a sound that shook the rafters and sent the torches flickering. "Athena's place?" he sneered. "Let's see how pure it stays when I'm done." He stepped forward, his presence filling the room, a force as unstoppable as the sea itself. Medusa lunged for the statue, her arms wrapping around its base as if it could shield her. "Athena, help me," she screamed, her voice echoing off the walls. But the goddess didn't come. The statue remained cold and still, its marble eyes unblinking. Poseidon's hand closed around Medusa's arm, yanking her from her refuge. She fought, kicking, clawing, her nails leaving red streaks on his skin. But he was a god, his strength infinite, her resistance a pebble against a tidal wave. He dragged her to the altar, the heart of the temple, and there, in the shadow of Athena's gaze, he took her. The sanctity of the space shattered like glass, the air thick with the sound of her cries and his triumph. When it was over, he stepped back, his laughter a dark tide washing over her broken form. "Tell Athena her temple's mine now," he said, and with a swirl of seawater, he vanished. Medusa lay crumpled on the floor, her white robe torn, her golden hair splayed across the stone like spilled sunlight. Shame burned through her, hotter than any flame, and tears streamed down her face, pooling beneath her cheek. "I didn't want this," she whispered, her voice hoarse. "I kept my vow. I tried." She reached for the statue, her fingers brushing its cold feet. But it offered no comfort, no answer. The temple, once her sanctuary, felt like a tomb, its purity stained, its silence a judgment. High on Mount Olympus, the air crackled with divine unrest. Athena sat on her throne, her owl's feathers ruffling as if sensing the storm to come. She'd felt the violation the moment it happened, a ripple through her sacred domain, a wound to her honor that pulsed like a living thing. Her gray eyes darkened, her hands tightening around her spear. She rose, her golden armor clinking, and descended to the temple. In a flash of light, her presence filling the space with a cold, unyielding fury. Medusa looked up, her tear-streaked face pale against the stone. "My lady," she croaked, crawling toward the goddess. "It wasn't my fault. Poseidon, he—" But Athena's gaze silenced her, sharp as a blade and twice as cold. The goddess stepped forward, her sandals clicking against the floor, and circled the trembling girl like a predator sizing up its prey. The altar bore the marks of Poseidon's assault, scratches, damp stains, and Athena's lips pressed into a thin, hard line. "You," she said, her voice a whip-crack of accusation. "Your beauty brought this. Your radiance turned my worshippers from me, drew their eyes to you instead of their goddess. And now this, my temple defiled, my name tarnished." Medusa shook her head, her hands clutching at the air. "I didn't ask for it. I served you. I loved you. Poseidon forced me." Athena raised a hand. cutting her off. You should have been stronger, she snapped. Your vanity made you a target, your presence a lure. If you'd been less dazzling, less perfect, my sanctuary would still be pure. You've dishonored me, Medusa, whether you meant to or not. The words struck like blows, each one sinking deeper into Medusa's chest. She sobbed, her golden hair falling over her face. But Athena's heart was stone, her pride wounded, her rival's victory a bitter pill she couldn't swallow. The goddess lifted her spear, its tip glowing with divine light, and pointed it at Medusa. You'll bear this shame forever, she declared. No longer will men look on you with awe. You'll be a warning, a monster to match the ruin you've wrought. A surge of power erupted from the spear, a wave of searing energy that wrapped around Medusa like chains. She screamed, her body arching as the curse took hold. Her golden hair twisted, each strand writhing and thickening, turning black and scaly. Hisses filled the air as they became serpents, their eyes glinting, their fangs bared. Her skin paled to a sickly gray, her nail sharpened into claws, and her eyes, those beautiful green eyes, burned with a light that promised death. Medusa collapsed, her cries fading into gasps, her new form trembling on the temple floor. She reached up, her hands shaking as they brushed the snakes now crowning her head. What have you done? She whispered, her voice breaking. Athena turned away, her armor gleaming as she stepped back into the light. You brought this on yourself, she said. And with a flash, she was gone, leaving Medusa alone in the wreckage of her dreams. Medusa staggered to her feet, the weight of her new reality pressing down like a mountain. The snakes hissed and snapped, their movements a constant torment, their voices a chorus of chaos in her mind. She stumbled to a basin of water near the altar, desperate to see what she'd become. The reflection stared back, a nightmare of scales and serpents, her once lovely face twisted into something grotesque. Her eyes glowed, a sickly yellow that pulsed with power, and she recoiled, the basin shattering under her trembling hands. No, she moaned, sinking to her knees. This isn't me. But it was. The curse was complete, and with it came a terror she couldn't escape. Footsteps echoed outside, soft, familiar, and her heart leapt with a flicker of hope. Iphicles, she called, her voice raw. He'd come looking for her, as he always did, drawn by the bond they'd shared since childhood. He stepped into the temple, his sandy hair tousled, his eyes wide with worry. Medusa, I heard you scream. What happened? He moved toward her, his hand outstretched, but she shrank back. Don't come closer, she cried, turning her face away. I'm not myself. Please go. But Iphicles, ever loyal, ignored her plea. You're my friend, he said, his voice steady. I'm not leaving you. He reached for her shoulder, his touch warm and gentle, and for a moment, she let herself hope. Then she turned, unable to stop herself, and their eyes met. The air crackled, a pulse of power surging from her gaze. Iphicles froze, his expression shifting from concern to shock. Then nothing. His skin grayed, his body stiffened, and with a sound like cracking stone, he became a statue, lifeless, unyielding, his hand still outstretched. Medusa screamed, the sound tearing from her throat as she fell beside him. No, no, no. She clutched the statue, her tears soaking the stone, her snakes hissing in mournful chorus. I didn't mean to. I didn't want this. But Iphicles was gone, her best friend lost to the curse she now carried. The temple, already defiled, became a graveyard, and Medusa fled, her bare feet pounding the earth as she ran from the horror she'd become. Medusa ran until her lungs burned and her legs gave out, the night swallowing her as she fled the temple of Athena. The world blurred past, cliffs, dunes, the endless crash of the sea, each step a desperate bid to escape the nightmare she'd become. The snakes atop her head writhed, their hisses a relentless cacophony, their scales brushing her skin like cold fingers. Her reflection in the temple basin haunted her, gray flesh, glowing eyes, a monster where a girl once stood, and Iphicles, his stone face, frozen in that last moment of trust, cut deeper than any blade. She stumbled into a grove of olive trees, their gnarled branches twisting like the hands of the gods she'd once adored. The moon hung low, its silver light glinting off her serpentine crown, and she sank to the earth, her sobs shaking her frail frame. Why? She whispered, her voice raw. I gave you everything, Athena. My heart, my life. Why this? The wind carried no answer, only the distant roar of the sea, a reminder of Poseidon's cruel triumph. She clawed at the ground, her sharpened nails digging into the dirt. But the pain couldn't drown the shame, the grief, the terror of what she'd done. The first dawn of her cursed life crept over the horizon, a pale glow that mocked her darkness. She hid beneath the trees, her snakes coiling tighter as footsteps approached. A fisherman, his net slung over his shoulder, humming a tune. Medusa pressed herself against a trunk, her breath held, praying he'd pass. But he paused, his head tilting as he caught a glimpse of movement. Who's there? He called, stepping closer. Panic surged through her. She couldn't let it happen again. Stay back, she shouted, her voice cracking. Don't look at me. He didn't listen. His eyes met hers, drawn by curiosity, and the curse struck. A gasp, a shudder, and he turned to stone, his net tumbling to the ground. Medusa screamed, her hands flying to her face, as if she could claw the power from her eyes. No more, she sobbed, stumbling away. No more. She ran again, deeper into the wilds, away from the sea, the villages, the people she might harm, the world she'd loved. Bright, warm, alive, became a prison she couldn't escape. Days bled into weeks, then months. Medusa found refuge in a forgotten corner of Greece, a desolate plain where the earth cracked like old skin and the wind howled through ruins of stone. An ancient temple stood there, its columns broken, its roof caved in, a relic of a time when gods were worshipped without rancor. Ivy choked its walls, and bats fluttered in its shadows, but it was empty, abandoned, a mirror to her own desolation. She claimed it as her own, curling into its depths like a wounded animal, her snakes hissing softly as they settled around her. She survived on what she could scavenge: small lizards, rodents, bitter roots. She dug from the dry soil. The snakes hunted too, their strikes swift and silent, their prey a grim necessity she couldn't refuse. Hunger gnawed at her, but worse was the loneliness, a void that swallowed her whole. She spoke to Iphicles in her mind, imagining his voice, his laugh, but the silence answered back. I'm sorry, she'd whisper, her tears soaking the stone floor. I never wanted this. Her curse was a constant companion. A deer wandered too close one day, its eyes locking with hers, and it froze mid-step, a statue of antlers and grace. Birds fell from the sky, their wings stilled by a glance. Each death carved a new wound in her soul, a tally of lives she hadn't meant to take. She began to cover her eyes with strips of cloth torn from her tattered robe, groping blindly through the ruins. But the snakes saw for her, their hisses guiding her steps. She couldn't escape it. She was the curse now, a walking plague in a world that had turned its back. Word of the monster spread like wildfire through the villages and towns of Greece. It began with whispers. The fisherman who'd vanished, his stone form found by his kin, his face etched with shock. Then the travelers who'd strayed too far, their bodies discovered days later, rigid and cold, their eyes wide with terror. A creature, the people said, huddled around fires, their voices low, hair like snakes, eyes that kill. She hides in the wilds, a demon born of the night. The tale grew, twisting with each telling. Some called her a spawn of the underworld, a servant of Hades sent to punish the living. Others claimed she'd devoured her own family, her hunger insatiable. None knew the truth. None cared to. She was Medusa, the gorgon, a name that became a curse on every tongue. Children dared each other to peek into the shadows, their giggles masking fear, while mothers clutched them close, praying to Athena for protection. Heroes heard the call. Brave men, their hearts alight with dreams of glory, took up spears and shields, vowing to slay the beast and claim her head as a trophy. The first came with a swagger, a warrior named Lycus, his armor polished, his boasts loud. He tracked her to the ruins, his footsteps echoing through the broken halls. Medusa heard him coming, her snakes hissing in alarm, and she pressed herself into a corner, her cloth blindfold tight. Leave, she begged, her voice a rasp. I don't want to hurt you. But Lycus laughed, his spear raised. I'll have your head, monster. He tore the blindfold away, forcing her eyes to meet his, and the curse did its work. He turned to stone, his triumphant grin frozen forever. Medusa wept over his statue, her hands trembling as she touched his cold face. I warned you, she whispered, but the words brought no solace. More came. Darius with his bow, Theron with his sword, each meeting the same fate, their courage undone by a glance they couldn't avoid. The ruins became a graveyard of statues, their forms a silent army encircling her refuge. Medusa stopped counting, her heart numbing with each loss. She didn't want their deaths. She wanted peace, a way back to the girl she'd been. One night, scavenging among the rubble, she found a cracked bust of Athena, its stern face staring up from the dust. Her breath caught, memories flooding back, of temple rites, of golden hair, of a life stolen. She knelt beside it, her snakes quieting, and brushed the dirt away. I still serve you, she said, her voice soft, but steady. Even now, she began to tend the ruins, sweeping the floors with a broken branch, piling stones to mend the walls. She lit no fires. Her eyes were light enough, but she whispered hymns, the old songs of Athena, her voice trembling with a faith that refused to die. The temple became her sanctuary again, a fragile echo of the past, and in its shadows, she found a flicker of purpose. The legend of Medusa grew darker, wilder, drawing ever bolder souls. A band of warriors gathered, their leader a man named Callias. his eyes sharp with ambition. She's no demon, he told his men, hefting his shield. She's a challenge, a prize for the one strong enough to take her. They marched to the ruins, their armor clanking, their torches blazing, a storm of steel and fire against the night. Medusa heard them from afar, her snakes hissing warnings, and dread coiled in her chest. She hid in the deepest chamber, her blindfold tight, her hands pressed to the stone. Not again, she murmured, her voice a plea to no one. The warriors stormed in, their shouts bouncing off the walls, their blades slashing at shadows. Callias led the charge, his shield raised, his voice booming. Face us, Gorgon. Your reign ends tonight. Medusa stayed still, her breath shallow, hoping they'd tire and leave. But they pressed deeper, their torches illuminating the statues. Lycus, Darius, Theron, a gallery of the fallen that only fueled their rage. One stumbled too close, his torchlight catching her huddled form. There, he yelled, and Medusa's blindfold slipped in her panic. Their eyes met, and he turned to stone, his torch clattering to the ground. The others roared, charging as one, but she couldn't stop it. Her gaze swept the room, and one by one, they froze, their fury locked in eternal silence. Callias fell last, his shield raised, his face a mask of defiance turned to rock. Medusa sank among them, her sobs echoing through the ruins. I didn't want this, she said, her hands cradling a stone arm. I never did. The temple was hers again, but it was a hollow victory, a prison of solitude, ringed by the dead. She rebuilt her blindfold, her fingers trembling, and vowed to stay hidden, to let the world forget her. But the world wouldn't. Not yet. Medusa's world shrank to the crumbling walls of the ancient temple, a sanctuary turned cage where time blurred into an endless haze. The season spun past. Winds howled through the broken roof in winter. Summer baked the stones until they cracked. But she barely noticed. Her existence was a shadow play of survival and sorrow, each day a mirror of the last. She moved through the ruins blindfolded, her hands tracing familiar paths, her snakes guiding her with their restless hisses. The cloth over her eyes was tattered now, stained with dirt and tears, but it was her shield, her only defense against the curse that haunted her. The statues stood watch around her, a silent legion of warriors who'd come for her head and lost their lives instead. Lycus with his spear raised, Callias with his shield aloft, Theron with his sword mid-swing. They were her companions, her captors, her guilt carved in stone. She spoke to them sometimes, her voice a rasp against the stillness. You shouldn't have come, she'd murmur, brushing a hand over a cold shoulder. I didn't want your deaths. The snakes hissed in reply, their tongues flicking the air, and she wondered if they mourned with her or mocked her despair. Food grew scarce in the desolate plain. The lizards dwindled, the roots turned bitter, and hunger gnawed at her like a living thing. She hunted when she could, her snakes striking at small prey, mice, scorpions, anything that strayed too close. But it was never enough. Her body thinned, her gray skin stretched tight over bones, yet she endured, driven by a stubborn spark she couldn't name. Perhaps it was defiance, a refusal to let Poseidon's cruelty or Athena's wrath claim her entirely. Perhaps it was hope, faint and flickering, that somehow, somewhere, she'd find peace. The temple became her altar once more. She tended it with a care that bordered on obsession, sweeping the dust with a broken branch, stacking stones to shore up the walls. The bust of Athena, cracked but unyielding, sat at the center of her efforts, a relic of her lost dreams. She'd kneel before it at dusk, her blindfold slipping as she whispered the old hymns, her voice trembling with a faith that refused to die. I still honor you, she'd say, her hands clasped. Even after everything, I'm yours. The goddess never answered, but the act steadied her, a thread tying her to the girl she'd been. Rumors of her grew wilder beyond the ruins. Villages spoke of the gorgon in hushed tones, a monster whose gaze turned men to stone, whose lair was a tomb of the brave and the foolish. Mothers warned their children to stay clear of the wilds, while men sharpened their spears, dreaming of glory. Medusa heard none of it. Her world was too small, too silent, but the legend drew eyes to her hiding place, a beacon for those who craved fame. She didn't know a new hunter was rising, a man whose name would echo through time. Perseus, far from the desolate plain, in the bustling courts of Argos, Perseus sharpened his blade under a sky streaked with dawn. He was young, lean, and restless, his dark hair falling into eyes that burned with purpose. Son of Zeus and the mortal Danae, he carried divine blood in his veins, a legacy that set him apart. But it was a cruel twist of fate that drove him now. King Polydectes, ruler of Seriphos, had demanded a gift to prove Perseus's worth, a gift to rid himself of the youth who defied him. Bring me the head of the gorgon, Polydectes had sneered, his court laughing at the impossible task. Or don't come back. Perseus didn't flinch. He'd faced storms at sea, wrestled beasts in the wilds. Death was no stranger to him. The gorgon's legend was a challenge, a chance to carve his name into the stone of history. He sought the gods' aid, his prayers rising to Olympus, and they answered. Hermes, fleet-footed and sly, gifted him winged sandals to soar above the earth, a curved sword sharp enough to cleave stone. Athena, her gray eyes cool and calculating, appeared in a shimmer of light, her presence a weight he couldn't ignore. She's a monster, Athena said, her voice crisp as winter air, a blight on my honor. End her, Perseus, and you'll have my favor. She handed him a shield, the aegis, its surface polished to a mirror's sheen, a tool to face the gorgon's deadly gaze. Perseus took it, his fingers tracing its edge, and nodded. I'll bring you her head, he vowed, though a flicker of doubt stirred within him. Athena's tone held no warmth, no sorrow, only purpose. He pushed it aside, his resolve hardening. This was his destiny. He tracked Medusa across Greece, following tales of stone statues and whispered fears. The Hesperides gifted him a cap of invisibility. The Grey, three hags sharing a single eye, grudgingly pointed him to the plain. Each step brought him closer, his heart pounding with anticipation, his shield gleaming in the sun. He didn't know the girl behind the monster, the priestess broken by God's whims. To him, she was a prize, a test, a shadow to banish with steel. Medusa woke to a stillness that prickled her skin, the air heavy with a warning she couldn't place. Her snakes stirred, their hisses sharp and urgent, their coils tightening around her head. She rose from her nest of rags, her blindfold secure, her hands groping for the wall. Footsteps echoed, slow, deliberate, a rhythm that cut through the silence like a drum. her breath caught, her body tensing. "Not again," she whispered, her voice a plea. She'd faced hunters before, their bravado ending in stone, but this felt different, dangerous, final. Perseus stepped into the ruins, his sandals silent on the cracked floor, his shield raised. The temple loomed around him, its shadows thick with menace, its statues a gallery of the fallen. He moved with caution, his sword drawn, his eyes scanning the gloom. The air buzzed with a strange energy, a hum that set his nerves alight. He saw her then, a figure in the corner, hunched and gray, her head crowned with writhing snakes. His heart thudded, his grip tightening. "Medusa," he called, his voice steady. "Your time's up." She froze, her snakes hissing louder, their eyes glinting in the dim light. "Leave," she said, her voice rough but firm. "I don't want to hurt you. Just go." Perseus paused, startled by the plea. It wasn't the snarl of a monster, but the cry of something broken. He shook it off, his mission clear. "I can't," he said, stepping closer. "This ends now." Medusa's hands clenched, her blindfold trembling as she fought the urge to flee. She didn't want this. Another death, another statue. But he wouldn't stop. She heard his boots scrape the stone, felt the air shift as he neared, and instinct took over. She tore the blindfold free, her glowing eyes snapping open, a desperate bid to drive him back. Perseus was ready. He angled the aegis, its mirror catching her gaze, reflecting it back. She saw herself in the shield, a monster, a nightmare, and faltered, her cry echoing through the ruins. Perseus lunged, his sword arcing through the air, guided by the reflection. The blade bit deep, severing her head in a single, swift stroke. Medusa's body crumpled, her snakes falling silent, her blood pooling on the stone. Pain flared, then faded, and a strange peace washed over her, a release from the curse, the loneliness, the endless guilt. Perseus caught her head as it fell, its eyes dimming, its snakes limp. He held it aloft, his chest heaving, triumph mingling with an unease he couldn't name. From her blood sprang two miracles. Pegasus, a winged horse of dazzling white, its mane shimmering like starlight, and Chrysaor, a golden warrior, his sword gleaming. They rose into the air, their beauty a stark contrast to the ruin around them, and Perseus stared, awestruck. "What were you?" he whispered, looking at the head in his hands. The air in the ruined temple hung heavy as Medusa's body lay still, her severed head cradled in Perseus's hands. The snakes that had crowned her were lifeless now, their scales dull, their hisses silenced forever. Blood pooled beneath her, dark and thick, seeping into the cracked stone floor. Perseus stood over her, his chest heaving, the weight of his victory sinking in. The aegis shield gleamed in his grip, its mirrored surface streaked with dust and triumph, but his eyes lingered on the head. Those once glowing eyes now dim, that monstrous face softened in death. Something stirred in him, a flicker of doubt, but he pushed it aside. He'd done what was asked. He was a hero. Then the miracle happened. From the blood-soaked stone, light erupted, a shimmering burst that forced Perseus to shield his eyes. Two figures emerged, born from the crimson tide. First came Pegasus, a horse of breathtaking beauty, its coat a dazzling white that rivaled the moon, its wings unfurling with a sound like a gentle breeze. It reared up, its hooves sparking against the floor, its mane flowing like liquid starlight. Beside it rose Chrysaor, a warrior clad in golden armor, his sword a blaze of divine fire, his stance proud and unyielding. They stood there, radiant and alive, a testament to something greater than the monster Perseus had slain. He staggered back, all warring with confusion. What are you? He breathed, his voice barely a whisper. Pegasus tossed its head, its dark eyes meeting his, while Chrysaor remained silent, his presence a quiet strength. Perseus looked at Medusa's head again, the pieces falling into place. Poseidon's blood ran in her veins. His assault had left a mark deeper than the curse, a spark of divinity that now blazed in these beings. They were her children, born from her end, and they carried a purity she'd lost, a beauty she'd once embodied. The temple trembled as Pegasus spread its wings, a gust of wind sweeping through the ruins. With a cry that echoed like a song, it leapt into the air, soaring through the broken roof and vanishing into the twilight sky. Chrysaor followed, his golden form fading into a shimmer of light, leaving Perseus alone with the aftermath. He wrapped Medusa's head in a cloth, his hands steady, but his mind racing. This wasn't just a monster's end. It was something more, something the gods had shaped. He slung the bundle over his shoulder, gripped his shield, and set out, the weight of his deed heavier than he'd expected. Perseus's journey back was a blur of wind and wonder, his winged sandals carrying him over mountains and seas. Pegasus shadowed him from above, a fleeting silhouette against the clouds, a guardian born of the same blood he'd spilled. He returned to Seriphos triumphant, his arrival silencing the court of Polydectes. The king's sneer faltered as Perseus unveiled the head, its snakes limp, but its power undeniable. Your gift, Perseus said, his voice cold, and the court gasped as Polydectes and his loyalists turned to stone, their greed frozen in their final moments. But Perseus's task wasn't done. He sought Athena, climbing a windswept peak where the air thrummed with divine presence. She appeared before him, her golden armor gleaming, her gray eyes sharp and unreadable. You've done well, she said, her tone crisp as she extended a hand. Give it to me. Perseus hesitated, the cloth-wrapped head heavy in his grip. She wasn't what I thought, he said, his voice low. She begged me to leave. There was something human in her. Athena's gaze flickered, a shadow crossing her face. She was a priestess once, she said, her words measured. Loyal, radiant, too radiant. Her beauty brought ruin to my temple, and I punished her for it. But her end was not my vengeance, Perseus. It was her release. She took the head, her fingers brushing the cloth, and a stillness settled over her. Poseidon's crime stained her, not me. I gave you the shield to set her free. Perseus frowned, his triumph souring. Free? She suffered. Alone. Hunted. Was that justice? Athena's eyes met his, steady and unflinching. The gods' justice is not mortal, she said. She bore her curse with grace, tended my ruins even in despair. Her loyalty endured. This, she lifted the head, its snakes dangling, is her honor restored. With a gesture, Athena affixed Medusa's head to the aegis, its eyes closed, its features softened into a mask of a solemn power. The shield glowed, the gorgon's image merging with its surface, a symbol of protection and warning. She'll guard me now, Athena said, her voice softening, a priestess eternal, beside the goddess she loved. Perseus watched, his chest tight, the victory hollow. He'd slain a monster, but he'd ended a tragedy too. A woman caught in the gods' games, redeemed only in death. High on Mount Olympus, the gods gathered, their voices a murmur against the eternal sky. Poseidon lounged on his throne, his trident propped beside him, a smirk playing on his lips. A fine show, he rumbled, his eyes glinting with amusement. Athena's priestess undone, her temple humbled, and now she wears the girl's head like a crown. Irony suits her. He laughed, the sound rolling like waves, but it masked a flicker of unease. Pegasus soared the heavens, a living rebuke to his cruelty, and Chrysaor's golden blade gleamed in tails below, a legacy he hadn't planned. Athena stood apart, the aegis at her side, Medusa's face staring out from its center. She traced its edge, her thoughts a storm behind her calm facade. I was harsh, she murmured to her owl, its feathers ruffling in the breeze. Her beauty wasn't her sin, my pride was. Poseidon struck the blow, but I forged the chains. She'd meant to punish, to protect her honor. But the years of Medusa's exile, her hymns in the Rusens, her care for a forgotten shrine, had pierced her resolve. The shield was her amends, a silent apology etched in divine steel. Zeus, king of the gods, watched from his throne, his lightning bolt crackling in his hand. Mortals and gods alike bear their fates, he said, his voice a thunderous hum. Medusa's tale is done. Her children rise, her name endures. That's the way of it. He glanced at Poseidon, then Athena, his gaze heavy with judgment. Their rivalry had birthed this saga, but it was Perseus, his son, who'd closed it, a balance he found fitting. Below, in the mortal world, Pegasus galloped across the sky, a vision of grace that inspired poets and dreamers. Chrysaor walked among men, his golden sword a beacon of valor, and Medusa's name lived on, not just as a monster, but as a whisper of something more. A girl who'd loved a goddess, suffered for it, and found peace in the end. Centuries passed, the ruins of Medusa's temple crumbling to dust, swallowed by the wilds. Greece changed, cities rose and fell, wars scarred the land, and new gods vied for worship. But her story lingered. Villagers told tales of the gorgon, their voices hushed with awe, while scholars pored over scrolls, piecing together her truth. A child found a stone fragment in the plain, its surface carved with a snake's curve, and ran home with wide eyes. It's hers, she said, and her mother nodded, a smile tugging at her lips. The one who looked at the world and paid for it. In a quiet grove, a sculptor carved Pegasus's likeness, his wings spread in flight, a symbol of freedom born from tragedy. Warriors toasted Chrysaor, their blades raised to a hero sprung from a mother's blood, and Athena's temples bore the aegis, its gorgon face a silent guardian, her eyes closed, but her presence eternal. Medusa was gone, her pain stilled, but she lived in the echoes, in the sky, the stone, the stories. On Olympus, Athena stood at dusk, the aegis in her hands. You served me well, she whispered, her voice lost to the wind. Rest now. The shield gleamed, Medusa's image serene, a priestess redeemed, a woman remembered, not as a monster, but as a soul caught in the gods' light, shining through the ages. Story, the epic of Gilgamesh, a journey of immortality and friendship. Long ago, In a land where the gods still roamed the earth, there was a king unlike any other. His name was Gilgamesh, ruler of the magnificent city of Uruk, a city of unparalleled beauty and strength. Surrounded by towering walls, grand ziggurats, and lush orchards of rare fruits, Uruk stood as a testament to his power. But Gilgamesh was not just any king. He was a demigod, the son of the great priest king Lugalbanda and the goddess Ninsun. Tall, majestic, and physically unmatched by any mortal, Gilgamesh possessed beauty and strength that were the envy of the world. Yet, despite his divine lineage and the many gifts bestowed upon him by the gods, Gilgamesh was not immortal. His strength was matched only by his arrogance. His heart was filled with pride, and he ruled with a heavy hand. He demanded that his people revere him as a living god, ordering monuments and statues to be built in his honor. He took whatever he desired, including the wives of noblemen, without care for the hearts of those around him. The people of Uruk, once filled with awe for their king, soon found themselves oppressed by his tyranny. They cried out to the gods for deliverance, pleading for salvation from the cruel and unrelenting ruler. The gods, moved by the suffering of the people, decided that something had to be done. Anu, the mighty celestial god, listened to their cries and felt their anguish. In response, he commanded Aruru, the goddess of creation, to fashion a being capable of challenging Gilgamesh's power. Aruru took a handful of clay and shaped it into a man, a creature both wild and untamed. She breathed life into him, and thus Enkidu was born. A being of both human and animal nature, Enkidu roamed the wilds, his form covered in hair, his body strong and powerful. His horns resembled those of a mighty bull, and he lived as a creature of the earth, drinking from the rivers and eating alongside the gazelles and lions. For all his power and might, Enkidu had no knowledge of human society. He was a creature of the wild, his heart as pure as the earth itself. But the people of Uruk, fearing that their king's cruelty would never end, whispered of Enkidu's strength and his mysterious nature. They spoke of a man unlike any other, a being who could challenge the mighty Gilgamesh. News of this wild man reached the ears of Gilgamesh, who, intrigued by the possibility of a worthy rival, decided to send Shamat, a beautiful priestess from the temple of Ishtar, to encounter Enkidu. Shamat, skilled in the arts of seduction, was tasked with taming the wild man. She found Enkidu by the river, living among the beasts. With her beauty and charm, Shamat worked to soften his heart, and over the course of 7 days and 7 nights, the two of them shared a passionate and transformative love. Enkidu, once a wild creature of the earth, was now touched by the ways of humanity. He learned to wear clothes, eat human food, and speak in the language of men. As his mind opened, Shamat told him of the world beyond the wilds, the city of Uruk, and its powerful king, Gilgamesh. She spoke of the king's arrogance and cruelty, and how the people suffered under his rule. Enkidu, now awakened to the world of men, decided that he would go to Uruk and confront Gilgamesh. A great wedding was to take place in Uruk, a joyous occasion for the people. But as was his custom, Gilgamesh appeared and demanded the bride for himself before the ceremony could begin. His arrogance knew no bounds. The bride and groom, terrified, looked to the crowd for help, and then, out of the sea of people, Enkidu appeared, his mighty form standing tall and strong. The crowd parted as he walked forward, his presence commanding attention. With Shamat by his side, Enkidu had arrived in Uruk. Gilgamesh, enraged by the interruption, confronted Enkidu. A fierce argument erupted between the two. Gilgamesh, used to having his way in everything, could not stand being defied, but Enkidu, for the first time, was not afraid. The two mighty beings stood face to face, their tempers flaring. What happened next was nothing short of a battle for the ages. Without hesitation, Gilgamesh struck the first blow, and Enkidu retaliated with equal force. The two of them fought with all their strength, shaking the very foundations of Uruk. Their battle lasted for 7 long days, a struggle of titans that tore through homes and shattered walls. Each blow they exchanged could have killed a dozen men, and the entire city watched in awe and fear as their king and this mysterious wild man clashed. The streets were filled with dust and the sound of bones and flesh striking against one another. Neither one would give in, neither one would yield. As the days passed, a strange thing began to happen. Despite their fierce rivalry, Gilgamesh and Enkidu began to respect each other. The battle, once fueled by pride and anger, became a test of strength and skill. Finally, with a mighty blow, Gilgamesh managed to knock Enkidu to the ground. But instead of delivering the final, fatal strike, Gilgamesh extended his hand and helped his opponent to his feet. The two stood there, covered in sweat and blood, and embraced each other as equals. From that moment on, they became the closest of friends, bound together by their shared strength and mutual respect. With the battle behind them, Gilgamesh changed. No longer was he the arrogant, selfish king who ruled with an iron fist. His friendship with Enkidu had humbled him, and he began to rule with a sense of justice, listening to the cries of his people and caring for their well-being. The city of Uruk flourished under their combined strength, and together they set out on many adventures, fighting monsters, overcoming trials, and cementing their place in the annals of history. But even as they defeated fearsome beasts and accomplished feats that would be remembered for generations, there was one thing that haunted Gilgamesh's heart: the certainty of his own mortality. He and Enkidu were growing older, and one day, death would claim them both. Gilgamesh, consumed by the fear of death, sought a way to defy it. He knew that the only way to achieve immortality was to make his name eternal, to leave a legacy that would live on forever. Thus, Gilgamesh and Enkidu set out on a quest to find the secret of immortality. Their journey led them to the cedar forest, where the fearsome demon Humbaba dwelled. Humbaba was a creature so terrifying that even the gods themselves trembled at his presence. He was the guardian of the sacred forest, and no mortal dared approach him. But Gilgamesh, eager to prove his strength and earn eternal glory, sought out the demon, determined to slay him. When they finally encountered Humbaba, the two heroes were filled with fear. Never before had they seen such a dreadful creature. But Gilgamesh, his resolve hardening, took up his axe and struck at the demon. After a long and grueling battle, Enkidu dealt the final blow, slaying Humbaba and securing their victory. But in his dying breath, Humbaba cursed them both, warning that one of them would pay the price for killing him. The gods, angered by the death of Humbaba, decided to punish the two heroes. As they returned to Uruk, Triumphant yet troubled by the curse, an unexpected visitor arrived. Ishtar, the goddess of love, beauty, and war, looked upon Gilgamesh with desire. Impressed by his strength and beauty, she demanded that he become her lover. But Gilgamesh, aware of the fate of her previous lovers, rejected her advances. Furious, Ishtar sought revenge, asking her father, Anu, to send the most powerful creature to punish Gilgamesh. In response to Ishtar's fury, Anu sent the bull of heaven, a celestial beast so mighty that even the gods feared it. The bull descended from the heavens, bringing with it chaos and destruction. Famine swept across the land, and natural disasters struck Uruk. Hurricanes howled through the streets, and earthquakes shook the very foundations of the city. The people of Uruk were terrified, pleading with Gilgamesh and Enkidu to save them from the wrath of the gods. With no time to lose, the two demigods set out to face the bull of heaven. They armed themselves with the weapons that had served them well in their previous battles: Gilgamesh's mighty axe and Enkidu's sharp spear. The battle that ensued was unlike anything the world had ever seen. The ground trembled beneath their feet as the two giants clashed with the divine beast. The bull of heaven was enormous, its hooves causing the earth to crack with every step it took, and its horns glowed with a deadly light. It was a creature of pure destruction, an embodiment of divine vengeance. Gilgamesh and Enkidu fought with all their might, their strength tested to the very limit. Enkidu gripped the bull by its horns, holding it in place long enough for Gilgamesh to land a fatal blow. The two demigods, united in their purpose, managed to slay the beast. As a sign of their defiance, Gilgamesh cut off one of the bull's legs and hurled it at Ishtar, who watched from a distance. The sight of the severed leg was a powerful insult to the goddess, and her rage knew no bounds. But the gods, already angered by the death of Humbaba, were now infuriated by the death of the bull of heaven. They convened to decide what punishment would be meted out to Gilgamesh and Enkidu. After much deliberation, they determined that Enkidu would be the one to suffer. Enkidu had been the one to hold the bull by its horns, allowing Gilgamesh to deliver the killing blow. As a consequence, the gods decreed that Enkidu would die. Enkidu, once so strong and full of life, began to fall gravely ill. His body grew weak, and his once mighty form was ravaged by fever. Gilgamesh, desperate to save his friend, called upon the finest doctors in the kingdom, but to no avail. Enkidu's condition worsened, and he knew his end was near. As he lay dying in Gilgamesh's arms, he spoke to his friend of the inevitability of death, telling him that even the greatest of warriors could not escape it. Enkidu died in agony, his final breath a whisper on the wind. Gilgamesh, overcome with grief, wept bitterly. For the first time in his life, he felt the sting of loss, a feeling he had never known before. His friend, his brother in arms, was gone. Gilgamesh's sorrow was so deep that it shook the very core of his being. For days, he mourned Enkidu's death, unable to pull himself from the grip of his grief. But as the days passed, a new feeling began to grow within Gilgamesh. His sorrow gave way to a burning question. If death could take away the ones he loved, what hope was there for him? If even a demigod could not escape death, what could he do to ensure his legacy endured? Gilgamesh became consumed with the thought of immortality, of finding a way to cheat death and live forever. He knew that the gods had the answers, and he would stop at nothing to find them. Driven by this desire, Gilgamesh set out on a journey to seek the secret of immortality. His heart heavy with grief and determination, he traveled across deserts and through mountains, searching for the one man who might hold the key to eternal life. His journey led him to Utnapishtim, a man who had survived the great flood and had been granted immortality by the gods as a reward for his piety. Gilgamesh crossed a treacherous lake of poisonous waters with the help of the boatman Urshanabi. When he finally arrived at Utnapishtim's home, he was eager for answers. Utnapishtim, however, did not offer the hope Gilgamesh sought. He told the king that immortality was reserved for the gods alone, and that no mortal could live forever. But Utnapishtim did offer a glimmer of hope. There was a plant hidden deep beneath the sea that could rejuvenate the body and prolong life. It was not immortality, but it could grant a longer life, a gift that might ease Gilgamesh's fear of death. Without hesitation, Gilgamesh dove into the sea, braving the depths to retrieve the plant. After much struggle, he finally emerged with the plant in hand. It was a rare and precious thing, a symbol of the possibility of extending life. But as Gilgamesh returned to the shore, a terrible thing happened. A snake, drawn by the sweet scent of the plant, slithered from the earth and devoured it. When Gilgamesh saw what had happened, it was too late. The snake had consumed the very thing he had hoped would grant him eternal life. The loss of the plant was a bitter blow to Gilgamesh, but it was also a moment of realization. He understood, finally, that death could not be avoided. No matter how strong, how rich, or how powerful one became, death was an inevitable part of life. In that moment, Gilgamesh accepted his fate. He could not change the course of nature, but he could change how he faced it. He could leave behind a legacy that would outlast his mortal life. Returning to Uruk, Gilgamesh reflected on all that he had seen and done. He stood atop the walls of his city, gazing out over the land he had built. He saw the grand ziggurats, the towering walls, the orchards of rare fruits. These were the things that would endure long after he was gone. His legacy would not be found in immortality, but in the lives he had touched and the city he had created. And so, Gilgamesh decided to immortalize his story. He took the clay tablets and began to etch his tale into them, ensuring that his name, his adventures, and his friendship with Enkidu would live on forever. The story of Gilgamesh, the great king, the hero, and the man who accepted his mortality, would echo through the ages. In the end, Gilgamesh realized that immortality was not a gift granted by the gods, but something that lived in the memories of those who came after. His story, written in the hearts of his people and in the tablets of clay, would live forever, and in that he had found the immortality he sought. As the years passed, Gilgamesh's reign transformed from one of arrogance and cruelty to one of wisdom and fairness. His people no longer feared him, but instead looked to him for guidance. They saw in him not just a king, but a man who had learned the deepest lessons of life about love, loss, and the acceptance of mortality. His relationship with Enkidu had reshaped his heart, and his journey in search of immortality had given him a greater understanding of what it meant to live. Uruk flourished under his rule. The city, once a place of fear and suffering, became a beacon of hope and prosperity. The walls of Uruk stood tall, a testament to the strength of its people, and the ziggurats reached toward the heavens, symbolic of the city's ambition. People traveled from far and wide to see the wonders that Gilgamesh had built, to walk the streets that were once the backdrop of his arrogance and tyranny, now transformed into a place of justice and peace. Yet, despite all his accomplishments, Gilgamesh never forgot the lessons of his journey. He knew that no matter how much he had done or how much he had changed, he was still a man, subject to the same fate as all who walked the earth. He often returned to the city's walls to gaze out over the land, his mind filled with both sorrow and peace. The grandeur of Uruk was his legacy, but it was also a reminder of the fleeting nature of life. All things must pass, and all men must eventually face the end. In his heart, Gilgamesh understood this truth. He had sought immortality, but now he knew that true immortality was not found in eternal life, but in the impact one left behind. It was not the buildings that stood the test of time, but the stories and memories that were passed from one generation to the next. One day, as he sat in the royal gardens, contemplating the vastness of the world, Gilgamesh's thoughts turned to Enkidu, his dear friend, the one who had shared so much with him. The battles, the laughter, the tears, was gone. Enkidu had been the brother he never had, and his loss was a wound that never fully healed. Yet, in that moment, as Gilgamesh sat alone beneath the shade of the trees, he smiled through his sadness. Enkidu's memory was alive within him, as strong as ever. Their adventures, their friendship, would never fade. They were immortal in the hearts of those who remembered them. Gilgamesh called for the royal scribes and instructed them to inscribe his story onto more clay tablets. He wanted to ensure that his tale would be passed down through the ages so that others might learn from his journey. As the scribes worked diligently, Gilgamesh thought about the people who would one day read his story. What would they see in him? A king who sought power, a man who defied the gods, or a human being who, like all people, struggled with the fear of death and the search for meaning? Whatever they saw, Gilgamesh hoped that they would remember the lessons he had learned. That life is precious, that love is the greatest gift one can receive, and that the true measure of a person is not in their strength or wealth, but in their ability to change, to grow, and to leave a positive mark on the world. As the sun began to set on another day, Gilgamesh walked through the streets of Uruk. He passed by the familiar landmarks, the ziggurats, the grand gates, the bustling markets, but this time his steps were different. He no longer walked with the arrogance of a king who believed himself above all others. Instead, he walked with the quiet dignity of a man who had come to terms with his own mortality. He was no longer the same Gilgamesh who had first walked these streets, brimming with pride and unchallenged power. He was a king who had learned what it meant to live, to love, and to face death with courage. As he reached the city's walls, he paused and looked out at the vast horizon. The world stretched out before him, beautiful and endless, and for the first time in years, Gilgamesh felt at peace. He knew that one day his name would fade from memory, just as all things must. But the city of Uruk, the ziggurats, and the stories of his friendship with Enkidu would live on, passed down from generation to generation. And that, he thought, was the closest he would ever come to immortality. Gilgamesh's story would not end in the distant future, when his bones had turned to dust. No, his story would continue, told by those who remembered him, who looked to the city he built and the lessons he left behind. His life, though fleeting, had been meaningful, and in that he had found the peace he had long sought. And so the epic of Gilgamesh was written, etched in clay, passed from hand to hand, from generation to generation. His legacy endured, not in the form of eternal life, but in the hearts and minds of those who would carry his story with them. For Gilgamesh had discovered the truth that no treasure, no city, and no glory could ever match the power of a story well told, a story that lived on long after the storyteller was gone. As time went on, the story of Gilgamesh spread far beyond the borders of Uruk. Travelers who had visited the city returned to their homelands, telling tales of the mighty king who had once ruled with arrogance, only to transform into a wise and just ruler through his friendship with the wild man, Enkidu. The legend of their great adventures together, their battles, and their eventual journey to seek immortality echoed through the lands. It became more than just the story of a king. It became a story of human struggle, resilience, and the eternal quest for meaning. The people of Uruk, once again proud of their king, made sure that the tale of Gilgamesh was preserved. The scribes of the city carefully transcribed the epic on clay tablets, recording every detail of Gilgamesh's life and his profound transformation. The tablets were stored in the temple archives, where they would be read by future generations. Teachers passed down the story to their students, and storytellers recited the tale to audiences across the land. Gilgamesh's legacy lived on, not as a mere memory, but as a guiding light for all who would seek wisdom, courage, and a greater understanding of life's impermanence. But the true power of Gilgamesh's story lay not in its grandeur, nor in the strength of its heroes. It lay in the simple, profound truth that Gilgamesh had discovered in his quest, that immortality was not a physical state of existence, but a spiritual one. It was the memory of those who lived after us, the impact we leave on the world, and the lives we touch that grant us a kind of immortality. As generations passed, Uruk remained strong, its walls as enduring as the memory of the great king who had once walked among its people. The city grew, and new kings came to power, but none could compare to Gilgamesh. His story continued to inspire, and his wisdom continued to guide. The tale of his life was told in countless forms: songs, poems, plays, each retelling adding new layers to the legend. In far-off lands, scholars and poets studied the stories of Gilgamesh, finding in it lessons that resonated across cultures and time. The themes of friendship, love, death, and the search for meaning spoke to every generation, no matter where they lived. Gilgamesh's journey was no longer just his own. It was the journey of all mankind, and his story became a universal symbol of the human condition. Even in the distant future, when Uruk had long since faded into history, the legend of Gilgamesh endured. It was passed down through countless generations, never forgotten, always remembered, and in the hearts of those who read his story, Gilgamesh remained immortal. The story of Gilgamesh continues to live on, not just as an ancient myth, but as a timeless reminder of the eternal truths that govern the human experience. It is a story that has transcended time and place, inspiring countless individuals across the world to reflect on their own lives, their own struggles, and their own search for meaning. Gilgamesh's journey taught us that while we cannot escape death, we can live meaningful lives by embracing love, friendship, and the lessons we learn along the way. His quest for immortality, though ultimately unsuccessful, led him to discover that the true legacy of a person lies not in their physical existence, but in the stories they leave behind and the lives they touch. As you read these words, remember the tale of Gilgamesh, the mighty king who sought to defy the gods and found, instead, that true immortality lies in the hearts of those who remember us. His story, like the great ziggurats of Uruk, stands tall through the ages, a beacon of wisdom, courage, and the human spirit. And so, the epic of Gilgamesh endures, immortal in the stories it has woven into the fabric of humanity's shared history. Story, the creation of Psyche's destiny. In an age long ago, when gods still walked the earth and mingled among mortals, there existed a kingdom unlike any other. This kingdom was ruled by a wise king and his queen, who had 3 daughters, all of whom were known for their beauty. But it was the youngest daughter, Psyche, who eclipsed all others. She was so breathtaking that her beauty became a legend. Far and wide, travelers would journey from distant lands, crossing mountains and rivers, just to see her. Her beauty was not just admired, but worshipped by the people. They began to honor her as if she were a goddess. The temple of Aphrodite, the true goddess of beauty, stood empty, for the people now directed all their tributes to the mortal princess, Psyche. This was a fate that would not go unchallenged. Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, gazed down from Olympus with envy, watching as the mortals, once her devoted worshippers, now fawned over a mere mortal. Her jealousy grew like a consuming fire, and she decided that something must be done. Calling upon her son, Eros, the god of love and passion, Aphrodite instructed him with a task that would change the course of Psyche's life forever. "My dear son," Aphrodite said, with a voice filled with rage, "this mortal has stolen the admiration of the world. She thinks herself a goddess, and so she must be punished. You will use your arrows to make Psyche fall in love with the most hideous creature on earth. This will be her downfall." Eros, obedient, yet troubled by his mother's bitterness, nodded and set off towards the mortal realm to fulfill her command. As he entered the palace of the king, where Psyche slept in her room, he saw her beauty firsthand. She lay there, untouched by time, her golden locks cascading over her pillow. Her face was the picture of serenity, and the god of love found himself transfixed by her delicate features. How could a mortal be so beautiful? Eros wondered, his heart stirring. My mother's jealousy may not be unfounded, but surely a heart so pure should not be punished. Yet, despite his internal struggle, Eros could not turn away from his mother's request. He raised his bow and nocked an arrow, preparing to pierce Psyche's heart with a love that would bind her to an ugly creature. But fate had other plans. As Psyche shifted in her sleep, Eros stumbled, his hand shaking, and the arrow pierced his own heart. In that moment, the god of love fell hopelessly in love with the very woman he was supposed to destroy. Meanwhile, Psyche continued her life as she had always known it, adored by all but alone. Despite her beauty, no suitors had come forward to ask for her hand in marriage. Her sisters, who were also beautiful, had long since married noblemen, while Psyche remained without a partner. Her father, the king, grew increasingly concerned. He summoned his advisors and sought counsel from the oracle of Delphi, hoping to understand why his beloved daughter had not yet found a suitor. The oracle's response was chilling. Your daughter, Psyche, is destined to marry a being unlike any other, the oracle said in a voice that echoed in the king's mind. A winged creature whose very nature is destructive. This creature will bring doom upon your kingdom, and so the princess shall be abandoned, left to her fate. The king, heartbroken, returned to his daughter, who had been waiting patiently for answers. He informed her of the prophecy and the terrible fate that awaited her. Psyche, upon hearing the words of the oracle, could not hold back her tears. My father, she cried, why must I be the one to suffer? I have done nothing to deserve this. But despite her grief, she accepted the fate that had been foretold. The king, torn between his love for his daughter and the will of the gods, agreed to deliver her to the edge of the abyss, where she would meet her mysterious husband, the creature destined to bring her doom. As Psyche was led to the cliff, she gazed upon her kingdom one last time. The procession that had once been filled with joy now felt like a funeral march. Her heart ached as she thought of the love she had never known, the happiness she would never experience. Why do they mourn now? She whispered as the wind began to pick up. Only moments ago, they reveled in my beauty, proud of their daughter, the goddess. The wind, strong and gentle at the same time, began to lift Psyche off her feet. It was Zephyr, the west wind, who had come to carry her away to her new life. As she ascended, Psyche closed her eyes, letting the wind take her. When Psyche awoke, she found herself in an entirely different world. The sky above was clear, and the air was filled with the fragrance of flowers. She stood in the middle of a lush garden, surrounded by tall trees and vibrant blossoms. Her eyes widened as she took in the magnificent sight before her. A palace of white marble stood before her, its walls adorned with gold and silver. Everything about this place was rich and luxurious, yet there was a haunting beauty to it. As Psyche walked through the gates of the palace, she felt an unfamiliar warmth, and a soft voice echoed in her mind. Welcome, my lady. All you see belongs to you. You may ask for anything, and it shall be granted. Confused but intrigued, Psyche entered the grand palace. There were no servants in sight, but she felt their presence all around her. The invisible hands of the palace's servants bathed her, helped her dress, and prepared exquisite meals for her. Though she could not see them, she knew they were there, tending to her every need. Soon, Psyche was led to a room, told to wait for her husband's arrival. But there was a feeling of unease that settled in her heart. What kind of creature is my husband? She wondered. And why must he remain hidden from me? When the night came, Psyche was alone in her room. The darkness filled the space, and she could feel a presence approaching. A soft breeze filled the air as she sensed her husband's presence. His breath was gentle on her neck as he approached her, but still, his face remained hidden. To Psyche's surprise, the night was not filled with terror, but with sublime joy. Her husband treated her with care and love, and in his embrace, she felt a connection unlike anything she had ever experienced. He was tender and kind, and the love they shared seemed pure and everlasting. Each night, he came to her, and each night they shared moments of deep affection. But the darkness remained, and Psyche could not see the face of the man who had stolen her heart. The days passed in peaceful solitude. Psyche's life within the grand palace was one of luxury, and yet a quiet yearning began to stir in her heart. Every night, she was loved and cherished by the mysterious man, but his face remained a secret. The darkness of the room where they met was both comforting and suffocating. The love they shared felt genuine, but Psyche could not help but wonder, who was her husband? What was he truly like? Her heart was torn. She longed to know him in the fullest sense, to witness the person behind the shadow. Yet, she knew her husband's wishes, that she should never seek the light. One night, unable to resist the pull of curiosity, Psyche spoke to her husband, her voice trembling. My love, I cannot continue like this. I must know your face. I long to see the one I love. Please, let me see you. Her husband's voice was soft, but there was a trace of sadness in his words. I have asked only one thing of you, and that is your trust. If you love me, then you must remain in the dark. We are equals, but you must honor my wishes. Trust me. But Psyche could not silence the restless whispers in her heart. I will not question your love for me, but this fear, this uncertainty, it consumes me. I will love you even more if I see you. I must know you fully. Her husband's sigh filled the room, and after a long pause, he spoke again. I will allow it, but you must not betray my trust. If you do, we will never be able to return to the happiness we have now. Psyche agreed, her heart swelling with anticipation and nervous excitement. That night, when her husband arrived, Psyche could feel the familiar warmth of his presence. The room was dark, but she could sense his every move. Her hand trembled as she reached for the lamp beside her, its small flame flickering in the stillness of the night. Slowly, she raised it, and the light cast a soft glow over her husband's face. What she saw before her took her breath away. Eros, the god of love, stood before her, his divine beauty glowing in the faint light. His features were godlike, radiating power and warmth, his golden hair flowing like sunlight. He was no hideous creature, but the very embodiment of all that was beautiful and pure in the world. Psyche's heart fluttered as she gazed at him in awe, but in her excitement, a drop of hot oil from the lamp fell onto Eros's chest. The god stirred, his eyes snapping open in pain, and he turned to face her with shock in his eyes. You have betrayed me, he whispered, his voice tinged with heartbreak. You promised me trust. Why would you do this? Psyche, overwhelmed with guilt, knelt before him. I never meant to hurt you. I was just curious, and I didn't understand how much I could lose. Eros's gaze softened, but there was a sadness in his eyes that could not be erased. You have broken the one rule I gave you. You should never have doubted me. With a final pained glance at Psyche, Eros took flight, soaring out of the palace, leaving Psyche alone in the room, her heart shattered. She had seen him, only to lose him. The days that followed were filled with sorrow. Psyche wandered the grand palace, unable to shake the image of her beloved Eros, whose face now haunted her thoughts. She had betrayed him, and now he was gone. She searched every corner of the palace, hoping that somehow he would return to her. But the palace was empty, and his absence left a void that no luxury could fill. Her sisters, whom she had visited briefly before the incident, now returned to her life, but their presence only intensified the pain in her heart. They, too, had heard of her broken marriage, and they used the opportunity to fuel the fire of her doubt. "You should not have doubted him, Psyche," they scolded, "but now there is nothing left for you." Though they offered gifts and comforts, their jealousy remained, and they reminded Psyche that she had made the mistake of doubting the love of the gods. They encouraged her to search for Eros, to make things right. Driven by guilt and a deep longing to redeem herself, Psyche set out on a journey to find Eros, her heart filled with determination and regret. She could not live with the pain of knowing that she had lost him forever. Psyche's journey took her through many lands and to the most formidable of places. Her search for Eros was endless, but every path led her to a new trial. She sought guidance from Demeter, the goddess of the harvest, and Aphrodite, who, despite her anger, agreed to offer Psyche a chance to redeem herself. Each trial tested Psyche's strength, wisdom, and character. The gods, although cruel in their demands, saw something in Psyche, a love and devotion that could not be ignored. She was willing to sacrifice everything, even herself, to prove that her love for Eros was true. After enduring countless hardships, Psyche finally found herself at the gates of the underworld, the domain of Hades. There, she encountered the goddess Persephone, who took pity on the young woman and offered her a challenge: to retrieve a box containing the essence of eternal beauty, which Psyche could present to Eros as a gift. After surviving the final trial, Psyche returned to her palace, holding the box of beauty. She opened it, only to find that it contained sleep, not beauty. As she inhaled the fumes, she fell into a deep, eternal slumber. But as fate would have it, Eros, who had been watching from afar, returned to rescue her. He found Psyche, and with a kiss, he broke the spell. She awoke to find him by her side, her heart leaping with joy. "I have always loved you, Psyche," Eros said, his voice filled with tenderness. "You were never a monster, but my true love." And with that, the two were reunited, their love stronger than ever. Eros took Psyche to Olympus, where she was granted immortality, and the two were wed in a ceremony that celebrated their triumph over adversity. From that moment on, Psyche and Eros ruled over the realm of love, forever united, their story a reminder that true love can conquer all, even the darkest of trials. After their reunion, Eros and Psyche were filled with both joy and sorrow. Their hearts, though finally healed, still carried the weight of all they had endured. Psyche's journey had not only tested her love for Eros, but had also transformed her into someone far stronger and wiser than she had been when she first fell in love with the god. They made their way to Olympus, the home of the gods, where Psyche was to receive her final reward, immortality. As they crossed the threshold into the divine realm, Psyche felt both awed and overwhelmed by the grandeur of Olympus. She had heard of the gods' beauty and power, but now she stood among them, a mortal girl who had dared to love a god and had triumphed. The gods of Olympus, who had witnessed her trials, welcomed her with open arms. Zeus, the ruler of the gods, was the first to speak. "Psyche, your love has proven stronger than even the greatest trials we could set before you. You have shown courage, humility, and devotion. For that, you are no longer a mortal, but one of us. With those words, Zeus summoned the ambrosia, the food of the gods, and poured it into a chalice. As Psyche drank, a sense of peace and tranquility washed over her. She could feel the change within her, a sense of eternal strength, an unshakable bond with Eros that would never be broken, not by time nor by fate. Eros, standing by her side, gazed at her with infinite love. You are now truly mine, Psyche. Together, we will reign over love and passion forever. Psyche's new life in Olympus was nothing like her mortal existence. She had once been the object of worship, admired for her beauty, but now she was admired for her strength, wisdom, and devotion. The gods respected her, not only for her beauty, but for the trials she had endured and overcome. Aphrodite, once bitter and jealous of Psyche's beauty, now saw her as an equal, even a friend. She no longer viewed Psyche as a rival, but as someone who had earned her place among the gods. Aphrodite smiled at Psyche one day, her gaze no longer filled with resentment. You have proven that love is not just about beauty, Aphrodite said. It is about sacrifice, trust, and perseverance. You, Psyche, have taught us all that. Psyche smiled, the weight of all her trials finally lifting. She had earned the gods' respect, but more importantly, she had earned the love of Eros, a love that had been tested and had withstood the most severe of trials. Together, Psyche and Eros watched over the realm of love, guiding mortals and immortals alike. As time passed, their bond grew stronger. Psyche, who had once been a mere mortal princess, was now the goddess of the soul, and she and Eros shared a love that transcended all. As centuries passed, the realm of love flourished. Psyche and Eros became symbols of the enduring power of love, an eternal force that could overcome any obstacle, any hardship. They ruled over the hearts of mortals and gods alike, and their love was revered across the realms. However, even in the eternal peace of Olympus, there were challenges to be faced. The forces of jealousy, anger, and doubt would occasionally creep into the hearts of gods and mortals alike, but Psyche and Eros were always there to remind them that love, in its purest form, was invincible. One day, as Psyche walked through the lush gardens of Olympus, she was approached by Demeter, the goddess of the harvest, who was tending to her own garden of flowers. Psyche, Demeter said with a warm smile, how have you found life among the gods? Has it lived up to your expectations? Psyche smiled, her heart full. It is more than I ever imagined, Demeter. I have Eros by my side, and together we have found a love that cannot be broken. Demeter nodded, her eyes filled with wisdom. And yet, you have endured much to reach this place. Your journey was long, and at times, you doubted yourself. But you persevered, and in doing so, you have become an example to all who believe in the power of love. Psyche's thoughts turned to the trials she had faced, each one a test of her heart, her strength, and her faith in Eros. The doubts that had once filled her heart had been replaced by a love so deep that nothing could shake it. She had found not only her true love, but also her true self. In the years that followed, Psyche and Eros continued to reign together, their love becoming a beacon of hope and inspiration. They had proven that even in the face of great adversity, love could overcome all. And as time passed, they watched the world change. Mortal hearts were still touched by the hand of Eros, and Psyche's guidance helped those who sought love find it. Their eternal bond became a symbol of the purity and strength of love, a love that, like the gods themselves, could never fade. The love between Psyche and Eros was not just a tale for the gods, it was a story for all time, a reminder that true love, once found, could endure for eternity. And so, the realm of love thrived, and Psyche and Eros lived on, together forever, their love as eternal as the stars.